Fuck, a lot of people attending today. Oh.
Good morning, Mr. Clardy. Oh, I can't hear you.
Sorry, technology.
That's okay. Now I can hear you.
All right,
How are you today?
We're here. We're present.
Okay. Well, that's a good start
Yes.
for the day. Okay. So just for the record, let me confirm you are Sirgiorgio Clardy.
Yes, ma'am.
And your SID number is 15778879.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we are here today for a parole consideration hearing. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry for being.
That's okay. Are you a little tired?
I mean, yes. Yes. I am tired of. I'd like to move on with my life.
Okay.
All right. This stage of your life.
Sure. Well, we're going to talk about all that today, right? So,
Yeah.
Let me get some preliminaries on the record. So I want to make sure, did you receive your packet of materials and notice of rights at least 14 days ago?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And our count is that it's 504 pages long. Does that sound about right to you? It's pretty big this time.
It was a lot. It was a lot.
Yeah. Yes. Well, we started including, more information about DRs. So that may be why it looks bigger. And there was also some legal filings that you had that were in there as well. So, yeah. So we've been together before. My name's Ronnie Cleaver, and I'm going to be leading your hearing today. Also present today is Ms. Kelly Kuklinski, board member.
Good morning, Mr. Clardy. It's good to see you again.
Good morning.
And then we also have board member Kara Brooks with us today.
Good morning. It's nice to meet you.
Good morning as well. Nice to meet you.
We do have an observer here today, unrelated to your case. And then we do have a district attorney from the committing jurisdiction who's present. And I'm always hoping I'm saying your last name right, Mr. Ujifusa. Am I saying it right? If not, please correct me.
Yeah, yes, you are. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you, Mr. Clardy.
Hey, nice to see you, Junior.
Thank you for being here today. We appreciate your participation. So today, as I said, the purpose of your hearing, this is the time set for your parole consideration hearing, which is to decide whether the board finds that you no longer are dangerous or that you remain dangerous, but you can be controlled with supervision and treatment, or that you remain dangerous and need to remain incarcerated. Do you have any questions about the purpose?
No.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
So let's go over the exhibits that we're going to have today. First is that 504-page packet that we discussed a little bit earlier. I want to note that in that packet is several documents that you submitted and that the board members have reviewed. The first one is a parole plan that you sent in. I believe that was dated July 1st, 2024. Yeah. Then we have a letter that you sent to the board dated July 29th, 2024, and that's a crisis and relapse prevention plan.
Yeah. Yes.
Then part of that, I believe, or maybe it was part of the next letter, there was some older information that had been sent in 2022, but specifically information about EMDR therapy and the value of that for folks with trauma.
Yes.
Then we have a letter to the board you sent in on the 23rd of September of 2024. And then you had noted a couple, I think, errors or revisions you wanted to make and sent in a second revised copy of that letter dated September 26, 2024.
Yep.
Does that sound right for all of your
Yeah.
submissions? Okay.
Yes, I had one
Yeah.
more. Oh,
What
well,
is that?
there were two that I wanted to submit. One was Mr. Martin, C.O. Martin, who retired here. Went out and he came back as a contractor. I've been in contact with him my whole bit. He's kind of like a father figure to me. Well, I can't say kind of like he is a father figure to me.
Okay.
But put together a dual diagnosis anonymous program where I wanted to submit that as being one of the participants of something that I'm starting to do. And then I wanted to also send this thing that I recently just got Friday from risk management. Specifically, one line that talks about BHS does not provide services based upon court rulings or dangerous statuses.
Okay.
I wanted to submit that so I can constantly, what I've been saying since day one, that DOC won't do nothing as far as for dangerous offenders for that specific service you're looking for, unless you have money to do that type of program. And I'm in a excuse my language, ass's loop right now. It's kind of like I'm just living life on life's terms. So I want these two to be submitted.
Okay.
I don't know how I would go about that. Besides late submissions.
Well, no, it's fine. We can do that. So typically what happens, because I usually ask, are there any additional things people want us to consider? Ooh. So what will happen is you can do one of two things. You can ask staff to help you fax that over to Ms. Coons.
All right.
Or we won't really probably have time to look at it today, or you can send it in the mail like you have with your other submissions. And we can keep the record open so that we have time to review it. Because I don't want us to just like skim it and then, not give it the attention it deserves. And then we could keep the record open for a couple of weeks until we get that information. When we get it, we would provide a copy also to the district attorney, and then we would deliberate after that. Does that sound like something you want to do?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay,
and thank you.
Perfect. So in the past, it looks like you've mailed your submissions.
Yeah.
If you have somebody who can assist you in faxing them, we also get things faxed to us. So either way.
I'll have to ask. Unfortunately, Boer died, which was the ultimate father figure to me. So I don't really have the.
He passed away?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I know. I remember from our last hearing that he was really important to you.
Yeah, he was. He was my guy. He was my guy.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. And I can tell that that's a really hard loss for you. So my condolences. Do you need a minute?
I'm good. We good.
Okay. It's okay if you do,
No, it's just fresh. It's crazy how life is going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to note is we do have an updated institutional report. I had Ms. Kuklinski had read ahead and noted that there were some discrepancies in the original one that was submitted. So we did request an updated institutional report, and we received that. That is 14 pages. I want to make sure you received the updated report.
Yes, I did.
Okay, excellent. Yeah. And thank you to Ms. Kuklinski for catching that so that we could get that done. And then I believe you did not submit a separate packet. Everything that you submitted is contained in our packet, is my understanding. Okay. You should also know we did not receive any confidential documents for this hearing. So by that, I mean, everything we have seen, you have seen. We're not, there's nothing that we're looking at that you're not privy to or have a copy of. Okay. So today, as we talked about, we have received an institutional report from DOC. The original, as noted, was dated October 28th, 2024. And that was by Counselor Bozzi, and as noted, we had some concerns about that. We requested an updated report. That was submitted by Counselor Wright, and that report was prepared December 20th, 2024. Did you get that in time to read it?
Yes, I read it and I agree with it.
Okay, great.
Agree with the submission.
Also, the board did order, and you participated in a psychological evaluation with Dr. Ashley Estoop.
Okay.
And I believe the evaluation was actually September 12th of 2024. And then she wrote a report following that. I'm sorry, I failed to note the date of that. Were you able to read that report?
Yes. Yeah, it was
Okay.
lengthy, but yeah, I was able to.
Okay. So we're going to talk obviously about the psychological evaluation, but did you have any sort of first comments or any factual errors you wanted to correct for the record, or you can wait and do that when we talk about the psych eval? It's up to you.
I mean, so since we're already familiar with each other, like I think I still really ring some of the same facts that I've said before about like DOC and OSP and the whole dangerous offender status thing. And so my problem is I'm trying to program and do things where or allow me to be safer in the community, safer as a person, safer to my family, my friends, and just safe in general. But if services are not available and I have to do this on my own, like not on my own, because there's people who are here in support of me. But outside the specific definitions of what a dangerous offender consists of, then what do I do? It's getting difficult when the people who tell you guys that they're giving me services for this are actually telling you a lie. That's what gets me frustrated, because BHS won't recognize everything that you, Zafusa, agreed the parole board, the jury should see and say, hey, this is why he's a danger to the community. BHS says you don't suffer from that mental health disorder, so we're not going to do nothing for you. So, and that's where my same stance is. I don't get it twisted. I'm doing things for myself. I don't need you for that, but I would like to divulge myself in them type of resources out there that will help me for the issues that are at hand.
Well, and we're definitely, I hear what you're saying. We are definitely going to talk about that when
that's
we
why
talk
I wanted
about
this to be submitted as well.
Yeah, no, perfect. I mean, we definitely want to look at that. We want to see what you have to offer us. So,
which is also, if you remember the court date, the court stuff you said it was submitted, I addressed that in court, and the court was like, oh, no, we do give this to him. Well, I can tell you from risk management says don't give you that for any dangerous status.
Okay.
It's like I'm fighting with the truth and the lie like every day, and I'm trying my hardest to be the best person I could be.
Well, we definitely want to see that letter then and see what they have to say.
All right, thank you.
Do you? Sure. Well, so at this point, do you want to make an opening statement?
Really don't have an opening statement. This is the fifth time. I'm sorry that I haven't did anything that shows any potential to be out there. I hope that after today, you guys see that I am ready to be out there. And other than that, Happy New Year's.
Oh, thank you. Happy New Year's to you. I appreciate that. Okay. So let's start then, and I'm going to start the questioning. It's you've been through this process before, as you talked about. So I'm going to start the questioning, and then each of the other board members will be able to ask questions. And at the end of it all, Mr. Ujifusa will be able to, provide us with his opinion and his perspective. And then you'll get to make a closing statement. So you kind of get the last word. Okay. We will go for 2 hours. And if after 2 hours around 10:30, we're still going, we'll take a break just because, everybody just needs to stretch. I just saw a study that said that sitting all day kills people. Like, you're more likely to die early. So we would definitely want to get up and stretch and move. So if, however, something comes up and you need a break before then, just let me know. It's totally fine. We're not, we don't want to make you suffer if you need to use the restroom or if you just need a quick break. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So we're just I want to talk with you about your financials. That's kind of just top of the list. So let's just start there. So, I was looking at it. So how much do you owe at this point? Because a couple years ago, I remember you owed quite a. Do you know what the amount is?
A lot. The balance could be easier out there in the free world where I could get grants and loans and pay it off that way. Because I do now own my own business. But man, the legal struggles from here is a true thing. It's a real thing.
Uh-huh.
So,
so
I feel like a college kid with student loans.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you on that.
Yeah.
So here's my question. So, like, if the board were to release you, what happens to that balance? Does it follow you out into the community?
It will follow. Some will follow. Some will follow.
Uh-huh.
So as far as like court restitutions will follow unless I get a ruling over that. But like certain debts, no. Certain debts will just stick with DLC. Will I pay it off? Yeah. Or unless we get a counter like a compromise or something. But other than that, I try to how you say it. Yeah, that's all it is. It would. Some debts are not like enforceable, so they won't follow, but a lot will. And then also it's just like depending on how much litigation you put in, is how much you give back. If that makes any sense.
Sure. So what I hear you saying is if you received a financial award of money at the end of a lawsuit, that would counterbalance what you currently owe.
Yes. So legally, per se law, four corners of the wall, I wouldn't have to pay it back because anything that the state does against you. But me personally, this is the state I'm from, I would always give back. So just what some guy taught me. So.
Well, I was wondering, because last time we were together here, you were working.
Yeah.
And you had been working pretty consistently, and you haven't been working. So I'm kind of moving into the area of employment, but it impacts your financials. Because I remember that you were really concerned with eating healthy, and so you used your canteen for that. You had other things that you paid for, and so are you being able to do any of that, or what's going on for you?
First of all, DLC feeds you a lot, so gluttony is real. But what I would say is I do a lot of community work right now. I hit rock bottom from our last one. Our last parole board hurt. Like I've been waiting for this moment because like it hurt. Like to laugh with me because we had a good time. You would agree?
Yeah.
Last time, then to cry with me. As you can see, my sister's not here.
I
didn't want her knowing that whole thing. There's still some pains that hurt, and so I hit rock bottom. We moved from A block. A block been under construction for like seems like Great Wall of China. Every week they say they're gonna open it back up. It's not open. That's where I actually worked. I worked as an orderly in here because the rap sheet is so long of all the stuff I have done bad. There's certain staff that don't want to hire me. It's a thing. Even if they can give me that position, they don't want to hire me. So what I did is I said, you know what? I counter that with positive energy and just do community service work. And that's what I'm doing right now. It still gets me by. It allows me to still do my business out there. Let my people go. As a LLC is a business that I created with a partner. And I do advocacy for legal work and I help sell legal artwork. And hopefully that can counterbalance any debt that I have to society besides the things that I've done in the past. So as of right now, currently day on day, I'm living life on life's terms. That's what I can give the community is a helpful hand to their rights and probably try to stop any bad vibes, any negative, any hurt. That makes any sense.
Well, sort of. I mean, some of it makes sense to me.
I do a lot of service work. Let's say that.
Okay.
I do a
So
lot.
I kind of want to parse out what you've told me. Okay.
Okay.
So the first part, this probably feels a little easier, and then
All
we'll
right.
talk about the more difficult thing. So tell me, when did you start Let My People Go?
Right before, well, 20, when I came back from resentencing in 2020, I created it in 2022.
Okay.
2022.
So it
Once
was
they,
after we met last, because I don't remember this, but anyway.
no, yes, after we met.
Okay. Okay.
After we met. I was falling back from people as far as like the prison, the whole little prison, because I was hurt. You know, I was going through a grief period, and I was like, you know what, let me take a step back, but let me give back. But then at the same time, like, if it makes sense, I was hurt, so I stepped back from this over here and tried to figure out something else over here to see maybe something I'm doing is wrong. Let me figure this out, and maybe this might work out a little bit better. It hurt. It was a downfall for a minute, a major downfall. You know, my correspondence to staff, certain staff hit my triggers and I responded negatively. I didn't hurt nobody, but still, words can hurt. And so I took a step back. As you can see from our DRs, that whole year I had a whole grief period. Oh, it felt like the 100 years hit me again with a second grief period. Like the rejection, as we should know, you've admitted before, the system failed me in foster care. So that's my biggest trigger. My biggest trigger is people letting me down. Like I always wanted to tell you the fools of this, but we never got to talk about it. They're letting me down over here from the sentence that we got a conviction on. That's the dangerous offender. If we're gonna really talk about my mental health and really help me out for mental health, tell BHS to do something for me out here. Because other than that, all I have for you is these programs that I do on a daily basis, trying to figure out how I'm going to be a successful person. I have support from staff. I got support from individuals. I'm losing people. And that's another one that hurt because, like, I didn't know. That's why this Boer one hurts a lot. Because I was supposed to be out there barbecuing with Boer right now. Martin and Boer. I was supposed to have a barbecue with them. And obviously, I wasn't at the same time because I'm still here. But, you know, in my mind, it hurt to that. So I had a downfall there. But I picked up this business as more of service work. What can I do to show people and help others with the stuff that I have in my abilities? I'm pretty good at legal, I believe. So if I can help people out with it, I'm gonna help them out with it. If I can advocate for them, I'm gonna advocate for them. I know it will pay away. Legal advocacy work out there with a person like that. I know in the community out there, I could be more productive out there with that. And then I like artwork, so I have a couple people who do not good. They can do great artwork. Have you guys been here recently at OSP facility in a while?
I have not, but we will be visiting.
You'll see a lot of murals nowadays on the walls and everything around them. A couple artists, they're my artists for Let My People Go that I help do their artwork for. So I'm just trying to.
So do you have income? Do you have income from Let My People Go though? That's what I was.
It hasn't. The plus minus hasn't hit yet, but I say a couple more years, maybe a year. It hit, unless y'all release me, then out there I can generate the funds, you know what I mean? But other than, and here is a little bit slower. It's like talking to the treasurer or the vocational village and the people like that, or vocational rehabilitation services and things of that nature is a little bit difficult in here. The access is a little bit harder, but I do what I have, what I have. I live, like I said, I live on life's terms. So really, I'm living life on life's terms with minimal, but I'm satisfied.
So, are you able to do anything? Buy canteen or any of that?
So when you help people out, some people like give you little like here goes some rice over here, and I mix
Okay.
that with it because I don't eat 3 meals a day like you typical people do. I eat
Uh-huh.
2 meals a day, sometimes 1 meal a day. Fast on a Sabbath.
Okay. Okay.
I just realized, it's not all about the food. It's
Uh-huh.
like, what can you do? Is there sometimes I'll give my meal away to somebody else or eat half of it and give it away? I don't know. It's not really about that. They feed us enough here. Mine is more so trying to figure out my mental health.
Well, do you have employment that you could do? Like, are there
Oh,
opportunities
most
where you could?
definitely. Most
Okay.
definitely. Well, in here or out there?
In here, in the
It's
institution.
hard. It's hard in here because a lot of people won't let my past go in here. Like I
Mhm.
would have to, I would be a special case, and I hate to say that. I would have to be a special case where, like, if I wanted to right now, I could probably go to like head security and say, hey, can I get a job in this area, right? But the question is, would it counterbalance? Will it help me get fat and eat canteen and things of that nature? Or will it help me still help the community and knowing their rights and 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 find a new path in life that's productive in the community? I
So,
like the latter.
okay. Well, so that's one of the things.
Yeah.
If you were in the community, even a lot of people have to do that kind of work um, as unpaid work, volunteer work, and then they have another job that they do to
Yeah.
support themselves, right? Because
Yeah.
that's just the reality of activist work. A lot of activist work is unpaid, it's volunteer. And then you have your job that you do so you can pay your bills and have a place to live. So I'm just curious, when we talked 2 years ago,
Yeah.
you were working as an orderly. What happened to that job?
A block shut down.
Oh, okay. It was
It was an
related
A
to the
block job.
shutdown?
Yeah. It was an A
Okay.
block job. So that shut down. I lost employment. Nobody else really wanted to hire me in the facility because of my past. I wasn't gonna push the needle at the same time because I was going through a grief period of rejection with the parole board. So I was like, how do I handle this new move in my life?
Uh-huh.
And so I
Have you,
decided, hey, listen, public servant work, let's bear down on the legal, let's keep going hard in the legal field. I love law. I love the
yeah.
aspect of law. I love the rules. I love it now. Now that I actually see it I like it. I like it. I can say that much. But so to help, I like more helping others with it. And so that's
Have
where I let
you
my people come
have
from.
have you thought about, or is it an option for you to pursue being a legal assistant and working in the
Yes.
law library?
Yes.
Because, we see those folks and then they assist folks with hearings, and it's a paid position. So I'm
Yes.
wondering,
So
what's your
so
option there?
I had Miss Porter, when she was a general population captain in OSP, was trying to get me to work with the grievance coordinator in a position on my own, right? Somehow, as later time went on, that became like a conflict of interest or something. Like I would give too much information out or something. I don't know. But it's been proposed. I think I'm too much of an advocate to be likened. Maybe that might make any sense. Like too much pro prisoner might hurt me a
Well,
lot sometimes.
we've seen a lot of folks come out and get out who've been, very um,
Still
engaged in activism within the
community.
institution, suing the state, all of that, and
Yeah.
they've worked as paid legal assistants. So that is your passion.
Facts.
So
Facts.
I'm wondering if that isn't something that you could pursue so you do have the income. Because, one of the things, of course, we're concerned about when we're considering release is, do you have any money built up? Do you owe fines? Like, how we don't want you to get out and then just be the
You don't
weight
have
of
to
all
worry
of
about me
that.
living in a tent.
Mm.
You don't have to worry about that. I have multiple resources where if like first of all I can multitask, so it's not just full focus on that. There's other things that I can do besides just running my business and doing advocacy work and things of that nature. I have like Keddy, as you know, before showed up. Before he was busy today, so he couldn't
Mhm.
show up. But I still
Mhm.
work with him on the peer mentorship or the work with his job that he has with people downtown in Salem and Portland. There's there's a list of jobs that they got me lined up for. Like there's a welding job that they want to get me certified for. There's so many jobs I can go for. You know what I mean? Right now, my biggest lane though is legal. Like I have a lineup in legal that wants me to work with them. So but I can go any other route. If that's what the state's saying, they don't want me to do illegal no more, then that's what it is. I don't know. I do not know. I can't put that on you, but I mean,
I
I
don't,
like
yeah.
law and I'm pushing for law,
Right.
but I know that if law doesn't go that way, it's not the only I'm not a one trick pony. Let's say that.
Okay. Do you have any money in any outside account?
No.
Okay.
I got everything Uncle Sam knows about. Period. We're not playing no game. No, bueno. Everything is where it's supposed to be.
Okay. Well, oh, I wasn't thinking it was a bad thing. A lot of folks have, accounts from family, or they might have money they sent out for outside accounts. It's not a bad thing. I'm just
No,
asking to see what's out there.
so I have just a business account, but
Uh-huh.
that's not generating no funds completely
Okay.
like that to make revenue to be documented yet. So
Okay.
it's like, oh, it's a certain amount. Like I want to say 1,500 or 50,000 before it finally has to start generating a plus minus ratio to businesses. So it's a whole accounting stuff with it. But yeah, no. I'm not living nice yet. Let's say that much. No, there's
Are
no
you,
privacy.
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
No,
interrupt
no,
you.
go ahead. My bad.
No, I was just going to ask, I want to just follow up one more thing about the employment
Yeah.
piece, and then I'm going to check in with the other board members. So have you applied for any jobs within the institution since after A block shut down?
So after going through the duration of the write-ups and the whole little year that transpired, the next year when I got the D block and everything settled down and everybody we were all on the same accord, I tried to get a job on D block, but
Uh-huh.
it's just like my application went. I've seen some people get hired 3 times in that same position that went to the hole and came back and they didn't hire me. I'm like, all right, well, I guess, as long as it's not really hurting nothing right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm helping in the other avenue with my support work right now.
Mm-hmm.
Why shake up the barrel? You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
yes, the the magnitude of getting a job here, the debts I owe so much, I believe personally wouldn't counterbalance until later on.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would have to serve my whole maximum sentence here for that to get paid off. And some, I think.
Okay.
Because there's so it got the 15 taken off for the 1206 case that got dismissed. And 300 plus to like the habeas and stuff, and the stuff I tried to argue for the dangerous offender is still in process. So yeah, no,
Mm-hmm.
it's a pretty low change, but
Mm-hmm.
it could be paid off. It's just
Mm-hmm.
currently right now, like the institutional job couldn't even pay it off. But
Okay.
the question I have is that what the board is requesting for me to do? Get
Well,
a job
one,
here? Is that better than the support work that I'm doing within the community at this
so,
present moment? That's the question I would have.
I'm not going to tell you. I guess one of the things is it's harder to assess.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't do the support or advocacy work. Clearly,
Yeah.
that's important to you. Clearly, it's your passion. But like I was saying, a lot of folks who do advocacy and activism still have to have, a 9 to 5. And I'm
Paralegal.
wondering if, you can do those two things together, because it's harder for us to assess this unknown, no feedback from anybody,
So the record would let the record reflect then that when you last saw me, I had a
Uh-huh.
job, and I was
You
still
did.
doing the advocacy work. I just didn't have a title on it yet. I didn't have my
Mhm.
LLC yet.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I have
Right.
my LLC, so that was the only thing that has changed from then to now is that the paperwork caught up.
Mm-hmm.
I
Well,
still been
so,
doing work, so I still was doing all this before all that.
right. Maybe tell me a little bit more then. So are you, so what I'm understanding is that other AICs are doing artwork and then you are marketing that and
Yes, I help
helping
them
them
out.
sell that. Okay.
Yes, it's only a couple. I only got 2 artists though. That's it.
Okay.
It's hard to
And then,
manage multiple when you don't have much in here, but it's
right.
still getting
And
out there.
okay, if anybody hears there, for whatever reason, they're deciding to trim trees right outside my window. So I apologize if you hear that and it gets loud. So then do you get a percentage of the profits that they make? Is that how you're running this business, or how does
I
it work?
don't. The business does.
Well, that's what I mean. Sorry.
I personally don't because I'm just an employee of the business, but the business gets a cut. And then majority of the money goes back to the artist because I know how hard it is being in prison in the first place. So I like their art. The reason why I like them the most is because they're my friends. And so
Mhm.
I want to help, get them as far as they can in life as well. So just put their market their
Okay.
masterpieces out there, you know what I mean?
And then for the other part of this business, your legal
Yeah.
advocacy work, how do you, let's just call them clients. How do you
Yes.
get clients? How are you assisting them? Tell me about that process.
Everybody knows Clardy does legal.
Okay.
The 100-year pimp. Sorry to even bring that up, but that's what it went global. The Nike case, all this stuff that everybody knew about that I didn't know about when I was in IMU, it went big, and so now every time I come in, everybody knows, hey, that person right there, he used to click it with Clayton Howard, who knows legal, or he does legal. You should hit him up, hit him up, hit him up.
Uh-huh.
And I don't really say no. Hey, here you go. You need some help? I got you.
So say somebody comes to you and says, hey, I have this legal issue.
Yeah.
Can you help me? Then do you charge them?
No. So like I said, right now at this moment I can't.
Okay.
At this moment I can't because it'd be practicing bad law. First of all, you have to be a licensed lawyer to do that. The advocacy work is I show them, hey, listen, this is where you can go. This is my suggestions. This is what I would do if I was in that scenario. Now, I would always go ask a licensed lawyer, but this is what I would do. And they, some people look into it further. Some people don't do nothing at all because you know how it is in this legal field. Everybody wants you to do their work for them. or they'll come back for another, I like to say consultation. We talk, give them a little time, and then make an appointment later on, and then we'll talk even deeper depending on because I also, besides just doing legal work, I got peer mentorship in NA and AA, religious service. I'm always up there doing, church services and things of that nature. So that's what I don't be legal. I do support groups all around the prison.
Okay. All right.
So it's legal in that makes me
okay.
busy person. My days are not numbered. I say that much.
Well, that's good. It's good to be productive. I know just from reading your submissions and talking with you last time, I know you like to feel useful and productive. So that's good. I think most people like
I just like making people happy. I guess that
Sure.
makes I feel better. I feel better from all the wrongs I've done when others are happy and smiling. I guess if that makes any sense.
Sure. Okay, I'm going to check in with Ms. Brooks to see what questions she might have for you on financials and employment.
Excuse me, I actually don't have any questions. The questions I did have, you have already asked, Ms. Cleaver, so I will turn the floor over to Ms. Kuklinski.
And I am in the same boat. I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Okay, I am gonna now turn to physical and mental health. Now, if I recall, last time I was chatting with you, you're physically in good health. I know you do yoga and you are pretty athletic and you try to eat healthy. Have there been any changes to your physical health?
So I broke my not eating meat because I was stressed out.
Oh,
I had a blooper.
uh-huh.
Oh man.
Oh, you sound
I
so
went
guilty about it.
I did because I went 11 years straight,
Yeah.
11 years straight with no meat. And then when I lost that parole board, I started eating meat again and stuff. Oh my God. It was a little, because it was like, I felt like I had to survive because like in the hole, because as you remember, I got new DRs because of that.
Yeah.
In the hole, you can only get what you got, and they don't care about nothing about food service coming around. They don't care about vegetarians in the hole, right? And so it's like sometimes you can't eat around certain things. So I messed
Sure.
up, and I really, because I hate not accomplishing goals that you put forward. That I get it. Obstacles are always going to be in life. I get it. But some are hard than others. Some are hard than others. And that one, so I have to restart my whole 2025. Well, 2024 and 2025, no more eating meat.
Mm.
So
Okay. But
we doing good. We doing good. We came
okay.
back.
But you don't have any new health issues or
Just I say mentally I'm going through it more.
well, we're going to talk about
Oh
that.
my God,
So,
this is stressful.
um,
This is stressful, man.
you've mentioned now a couple of times, and it kind of ties in with the DRs because I was wondering when I looked at what was going on, what happened, and it sounds like the way
I
you're
had a
describing
trigger.
it,
I had a
you
trigger.
were you were
Let
very,
down.
very, very
I hurt. I hurt.
disappointed.
I hurt.
Yeah.
And then so it was a hurt. It was a hurt mixed with a stupid process that you wouldn't have to deal with on the streets. So every morning for the last 8 years, I
Uh-huh.
have to go to medical for TB monitoring. I don't do no piercing of the skins. I do none of that. So I don't get the TB injection. They have other alternatives, but they will not give it to me. This is part of Dr. Warren's situation, right? And so because of that, I have to sit up there every morning. Now, there are some staff that power trip, and I felt for a power trip one day, and then it just spiraled for a whole year.
What do you
Spiraled for a whole.
mean? Tell me.
So at 5:30, you're supposed to be at the appointment. Back when we were on A block, you get out your cell at 5:15 because they have day room. You can
Okay.
walk from point A to point B and get to your appointment with no problems because guess what? Staff are not in control of your door at that time. Well, when you go in up to the general population, their regular cells, once that happens, staff have to open up your door for you.
Hmm.
We can admit nowadays in the modern technology of cell phones and things of that nature, there's a lot more lazy staff here nowadays. I will agree with that. Or there's a lot of staff that have their way, if that makes sense. And some are, hey, listen, I will open your door like 3 o'clock in the morning and want you to go to appointment at 5:30. But I don't have to be there until 5:30. And so it wasn't until administration got involved, the Catados, the Adamsons, the Ferrers, the superintendents, like, hey, I think you guys are being a little bit unrational. You know, if the appointment says 5:30, pop his door at 5:15 and get him there at 5:30. Well, before that even came the rationalization of administration coming in, medical had their way with me. And I reacted to it. And I responded to it. And so because of that, I went to the hole. I responded to medical by when they popped my door early at 4 o'clock, 4:45. It's too early. I go to the hole for refusing to go to medical. TB monitoring. Now, mind you, I say this, if you remember, and what frustrates me the most about it is everywhere else OSP is the only place who's implying it without accommodating the person's religious beliefs. When I went back to Coffee Creek and came back, Coffee Creek gave me a chest x-ray. I took the chest x-ray. It was fine. That accommodated my religious belief. As soon as I come to OSP, they like, nah, we're not giving you a chest x-ray per warrant Roberts. So they sent me the hole, and I went through a mental health crisis down there. Like, man, y'all are trying to hurt me. This is trying to like end my whole life. And so I felt like there was no hope. I went in the hole and just stayed there. I actually wanted to stay back there. Like, what am I doing? There's nothing I can do to get out except do this time, the rest of this time, and then they'll finally say, hey, you know what? He's able to be free out there.
So I just want to, so the TB testing, why are you doing that every day? And
because I don't do no piercing. So I'm Rastafarian. That's my religious
okay,
beliefs.
yeah, I remember that.
I've always been that. I'm always going to be that. Eyes eye, Celeste eye. And one thing that you don't play around is your temple. Love self. That's how you get better as a person to help others, is loving self first. I have a lot of not love for myself because of the trials and turmoils I went through in foster care. I'm just trying to figure out how to love self. And one of them is not piercing the skins. I have no tattoos. I have none. I got enough DSU whoopings and piercings, scars on my body to tell a story. I don't need to, put any more scars on it. So in saying that, they want to put injections inside of me, but they have the problem is you have alternatives to that. But they're like, you know what? We're gonna pick and choose and start your day off this way. I tell you this how crazy it is, and then I leave it on this note. This morning, a nurse was told by his boss to follow a certain protocol in doing TB. This morning, he said by his actions, forget what she says. I'm gonna do it my way. That's as much you gotta know about it. If you are bigger than your boss, then I can't do nothing. So I've learned to do this.
So every morning you go down
every morning
and
for the
you
last
do the
8 years.
testing?
Yes, every morning. I didn't even have to do this in Multnomah County. Multnomah County gives you a chest x-ray. We didn't have this problem in Multnomah County. We had different problems, but we didn't have these problems.
Okay.
Come up here, we have these problems. Like, hey, listen, I would take a chest x-ray. I know you have these alternatives. In fact, I'll take a spit test because you can do that as well. But you won't give, Warren Robbins wouldn't give us to us. I don't know what this new look is going to be coming up, but hopefully we can get over this because this is 8 years of this TB thing that's just asinine. And then when you can have nurses say, I don't care what the boss says, I'm going to do my own thing. It's like, you guys seen my package. That's one of my triggers. Abuse of authority is one of my triggers, period. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. When you abuse your authority, that means I feel that you're trying to hurt me. And that's why I become defensive, argumentative, whatever the case may be. Some might say extortionist, but it's not. I'm just expressing my legal rights, and maybe you might not understand my communications because sometimes I mumble. Sometimes my speech impediment has a problem, but I don't mean it in no aggressive tense. I just mean that I'm not going to let you harm me. I have a right not to be hurt. I've been hurting myself my whole life. I've been hurt my whole life.
Yeah. So what happened then? I mean, you've referenced it several times now that you took this 2-year deferral harder than you had taken any other deferral.
Yeah.
So can you tell me why that is? Because I feel like we tried to give you.
We hit a trigger.
We tried to really give you some direction and let you know that we saw progress. Like, we saw that you were making progress. We saw you were working hard, the DR free time, you were involved in some things. And we gave you some kind of specific things we really wanted you to focus on. But it sounds like you took it really hard and then spiraled down. So tell me, why did you take it harder this time than in the past, and why did it cause you to like spiral down so that we ended up with new DRs, which I was disappointed. I mean, I was kind of sad to see that we had ended up there again.
Because in this journey of trying to become a better person, I've been fighting for my rights back, my life back. There's some misconduct that happened in my case that I fight every single day to expose. At the same time, I'm trying to follow a sentence that was given to me. As we all can agree, my convictions have been over 6 years ago. 6 years ago, my convictions were over with. A regular person with a regular sentence would have been gone 6 years ago, no matter what. I'm on enhancement now by saying I'm a dangerous offender to the community. I pose a threat to the community. And that threat is saying that I suffer from a severe mental health disorder that causes a threat to the community. As I'm in here, I'm trying to figure out, how do I address that issue? Well, BHS deals with mental health. Let me go ask them and figure out what they got going on. Maybe they might be able to help me with services. BHS turns around and tells these people, when they tell me, we're not going to do nothing for you, we're not even going to give you a code to get you in that area to help you and give you them services. These big financial services that they be getting here lately, I can't be a part of that because I don't suffer from a severe mental health disorder in their eyes. But they turn around when I take them to court and say, hey, no, we're taking care of his problem. We got you. We're taking care of his problem. But then I get risk management to turn around and say, BHS does not provide services based upon court rulings or offender statuses. What do I do? Okay, I could take your suggestions. All right, it costs money to get into the one programs that you asked for me to take care of, the ways, forgot what it's called. I got it written down, but it costs money. It's a service you got to bring in. No matter if I got a job here, or unless I get a big income check from the business, there's no way I can pay for that service. I owe too many fines over here, so I would never, if that check came in, they wouldn't let me be able to get the books and everything to let come in. I would have to have somebody from outside give me them a donation of them books. So that can't work. I can't go to BHS. Boer's in and out because he's going through his cancer treatments. I got as many outside guests, so let me cram myself with peer support and service work. But before I could get there, let me isolate myself in the hole, because obviously this TV stuff ain't working. So that's where it hit me so hard, because I'm over there like, how much can I tell the parole board that DOC, as far as the prison department, does not care about my dangerous offender status, period. They don't care. So I have to discover or develop programming that'll get me through day to day. I do not have, by BHS, a severe mental health disorder. I do not suffer from that. That's what they say. So what am I supposed to do to show the parole board that, hey, listen, I'm trying to take up every available service to get myself better, so if this hurt person won't hurt people? And that's what hurts me. And so I'm over there like, I thought y'all heard me. I thought y'all heard that, hey, listen, 47 foster homes, I'm broken. 100 years itself, I'm broken. Federal penitentiary, I'm broken. These experiences of life have broken me to the point now that you can say I'm really broken. When I say I wasn't broken before, but that in totality, at being 37, so then I held in. The last straw was when you laughed with me, you cried with me, and then you even apologized to me for me going through these things that I went through in foster care, just to flop me. It's not just to flop me, not just to flop me though, because you gave me some things to take care of. But my thing is, these things are impossible when DOC, OSP won't acknowledge that the same thing you guys acknowledge. They won't accept your recommendations. That's why I came back and I pushed it last time. There's resources that will. Out there in the community that will. There's a PO out there that will. help me with this mental health that they say I have, or that I believe that I do have. Because I can tell you I do have PTSD that they don't even acknowledge. I can't tell you that I do have depression disorders that they don't even acknowledge. I broke out in hives 2 days. Worried about y'all. Like, this is just like, it's not to
Sure.
mention all the stuff that's going on in the prison yard, from the close to race riots that I've talked to people about, like fall. So in totality, in saying that hurt, because it's like, I felt you guys were like my DHS caseworkers.
Oh.
I went through, I want to say 16 or 18 DHS caseworkers.
Sure.
Everybody left me. Everybody leaves me. It's just a natural thing. So when you gave me that flop, it felt me like abandonment. Like, I'm screaming over here, listen, they don't want to help me. Can y'all help me? Y'all have better resources out there that's available for me. In here, I can't get these resources because why? They want to acknowledge what you, in the first initial stage of a dangerous offender, is to acknowledge that I am suffering from a mental health disorder that causes a threat to the community. They say you don't have that. What do I do?
Well, I guess I feel like we're kind of back at a similar conversation we had last year. So first of all, I understand how it could feel like, hey, I felt like these people really heard me and then they fought me. And that felt really bad to you.
It hurt. It didn't feel bad, it hurt.
I can see how that would hurt. So we can do that. We can hear you. We can feel compassion and we can feel empathy, but we also have to consider other things. And I know that that's probably really hard to hear.
Yeah.
Especially given how you feel about the system and your experiences as a child. I get that. But I also feel like we're kind of now moving into another conversation that we had last time, which is we have these very conflicting reports from what you say about BHS and what BHS is reporting, right?
Okay.
Because, the BHS records, you had 2 sessions in April of 2022.
Yes.
And it sounds like those didn't go very well, but you were then enrolled in DBT.
Yes, I did that on my own.
You did go for 5 sessions in June and July, but then you missed 5 appointments after that.
So then let's break that whole thing down. So the 5 sections each session consists of, I want to say, like 10 lessons out of the book. So I completed that. Throughout that sessions, DBT would change instructors. The instructors we were getting didn't even know the DBT like lesson. We actually wrote the little whole sessions out together. The only reason I even stayed around for that was the camaraderie I had around the people in there. There's a couple people I actually became good friends with because of us walking through that DBT path, right? And I actually use DBT goals like boundaries and stuff now. I actually do use them. But as far as the appointments, so the last stage we had a lady named Catherine, and she had to quit DOC's or OSP's program because she felt pressured by the administration or her DBT people, BHS people, that she was being pointed out because she was actually trying to help us. When I saw that the same people that hire you and tell you what to do is trying to hurt you from doing and helping people the right way, not bringing in like crazy stuff or doing no like illegal stuff, but really helping your mental health. Oh, I seen it was a you against them is one of the things me and Boer talked about. Like, that's wrong. That's wrong. Okay. This is a right person that tried to do a right service, and you guys pushed her out because of this. When I say you guys, I don't mean you, the board, technically. Sure, these individuals on here, but these individuals pushed her out her position, and it was like, what? Like, she was a good lady. That was a great. Forget a good lady. She was a great person. She was a great person who I loved going to that class with. But because she retired, she left because of that. So now that's going on, and at the same time, I have the I'll go talk to the BHS counselor. I'm like, hey, BHS, what's going on? So now, mind you, if you say the last 2 or 3 BHS counselors, we didn't had conflict of interest, is because I will bring up one question. This is the only question I ask. Do I suffer from a severe mental health disorder? Let's just start at point 1. And they say, based off our diagnosis, no. I was like, so what services are you going to provide me? We'll give you monthly or weekly appointments, and that's it. You can volunteer to do this DBT. That's okay. But everything else is prisoner-based stuff. So get involved in prison work. Wait, time
Well,
out.
yeah,
Time
but
out. Wait,
okay.
time out. But then you turn around and you get risk management that tells you we don't do nothing for dangerous offender status.
Okay, but Mr. Clardy.
So it's back and forth of y'all believe in me or y'all believe in them. And that's what the frustrating part about it is until y'all believe me, I'm going to be stuck.
Well, I don't think we have to engage in this black or white either or thinking, because both things can be true. You could be upset that this woman left, but that doesn't mean you need to stop your work. It
doesn't work.
I guess
for me. Why go into an appointment with a person who I know is not going to fulfill what the sentence is there for and to help me for, and be argumentative with them and be in that position? I believe me as a person, if I sit in a certain area, I become argumentative. So why keep arguing with this person who's I believe is becoming a negative energy towards me, and just not and transfer that negative energy and find some other services or positive that'll get me to that positive stage? That's why I go to NA, I go to AA, I go to runners, I work out, I do these type of different things, because I don't need you BHS over here. Your program is not working because you won't even acknowledge what Fusa has found the court to determine and what the board determined the dangerous offenders are. Since you guys want to do that, I'll figure it out and we'll work it out. And that's what the program has been. If they won't acknowledge the mental health status, what do I do? Figure out another program that works.
Okay, so let's just take a moment.
Okay.
So is the reason you quit going in July because of what you've just described? You didn't think it was going to be helpful.
No, they won't acknowledge. If you can't acknowledge the first factor of a dangerous offender, then what are we doing?
Well,
what are we doing?
Okay, I'm going to ask you.
Yes.
You could still go to DBT and you could still get something out of it, whether or not they say something about DO. You had that opportunity and you chose not to go.
No, I choose not to go to DBT because I saw something that I disagree with. Like, I give you prime example, and this is just me. Some people shun me for it. Right now, I'm being disowned for not playing a full season of basketball right now. The reason why is because this year they have decided to allow trans to play basketball. Me, I'm religious. I will not do that. But because of that, a lot of people in my community don't accept me now because I take that stance. I don't push them away. I don't say nothing what they're doing is wrong. I just choose not to. But because of my actions show so much, people are like, well, why are you not doing it? Oh, it's like forcing what I believe in as being a bad thing. So in saying this with the same thing with the mental health thing is that I personally don't believe that if we cannot, like, it's like AA, in order for you to be clean and sober, you first have to acknowledge your fall.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not going to acknowledge what Fusa has and the court has determined of me being a dangerous offender suffering from a severe mental health disorder, then we can't go to second, third, or fourth base. We can't get there because we can't even acknowledge the first aspect of it. The first aspect of legal is elements, proving each element in your argument. If we can't even get to the first element, how can I get past that? But guess what? I did it in a nonviolent way. I did it in an anger management. I did it in a I'm not fighting back way. And I still was able to, like you said, both parties are right. You're still right. I could go to DBT, but I'm uncomfortable. So I created the method that they taught us and created a barrier, a boundary. My boundary is I do not like people who abuse other people because I abused other people.
So I want to go back for
Okay.
1 minute. So BHS told you you could
Yes.
do DBT, you did 5 sessions, and then
Yes.
you didn't do any more. They also told you you could have sessions with them between once per week to once per month. Is that right?
Yeah. But I could not have a severe status. What gets all the other programming.
Okay.
Any other program they have, they say, we're not going to acknowledge that because you don't have this. Other than that, we'll give you this over here. So they're playing cat and mouse.
So I guess here's kind of what I see. I guess I'm just concerned because
Okay.
sometimes I'm concerned
Mm-hmm.
you get caught up in the argument.
Okay.
Because you like to debate, you like to argue, and then you make the decision that you're gonna stop. And in some respects, it feels like, that phrase, you're cutting off your nose to spite your face. Like you could have had ongoing therapy this whole time.
It didn't work.
Well, you didn't give it much of a chance, right?
I cannot give you that's like, I'll give you a prime example and further that basketball argument. My team wants to have a meeting with me now because they do not like my conduct of sitting out games because I won't play with trans. I told you from the get-go, I feel uncomfortable with that. Here's my barrier. But now because you're losing to that person, now that you want to blame me because of that. I'm calm. I'm cool. I don't got no problem. But I still have to stand on being me. And me is having some type of love for self. So I'm not going to go into a therapeutic meeting with a person who won't even acknowledge what I'm in prison for. You won't acknowledge what I'm in prison for. How can we do anything with me if you can't acknowledge what I'm in prison for? So yes, it makes me frustrated. Yes, it hurts me. Yes, it makes me, it triggers me because you're abusing your authority. You have an Oregon law that says if you are sentenced as a dangerous offender, you must be treated and observed physically, mentally, and psychologically. 421.155 ORS. And you know what BHS says? No, you don't suffer from that. So we won't give you all the valuable services. Don't you think that feels like another sign of rejection? So why would I go in there and talk with these people who reject me when I could just stay away from them and build other communications with other people who don't reject me, who are doing positive things, like Martin? Dual diagnosis, like the resources out there on the street.
So here's my concern.
They accept me. These people don't accept me. Let me go.
I know. I guess I don't feel like this is about, it doesn't sound to me it's like about rejecting or accepting you as a person. They're telling you what they can offer.
And they can't offer nothing for dangerous offenders.
And you're choosing not to do it. Let's just take dangerous offender out of it. You have the opportunity to do therapeutic work. No, because that's what I'm in here for. That's what I'm in here for, right? I'm in here right now. I'm in here right now for being a dangerous offender, period, point blank, because I suffer from a severe mental health disorder, period. My convictions are done 5 years ago, 6 years ago. My crimes I committed that I have remorse for. I'm sorry for being a dummy and being in a lifestyle. I'm sorry for that. I am so sorry. But now we are on the stage of my dangerousness. Why can I not be in the community? I know people right now who were pimps or might still be pimps. I don't know, who have, and Yuzafuza have litigated against them, who have shot and shot their victims. And they're free on the streets right now. Because guess what? Something has drastically changed in their life. Hopefully they're doing good, but they at least got the opportunity. I know murderers who got out before me, who came in at the same time as me. I know people who are a lot worse than me. And every day I sit here, keep fighting for my life back, 100 years.
keep fighting every single day, tooth or nail. It works for me not to sit in there with an argumentative person who doesn't accept what I'm in prison for. It hurts when people don't accept that I won't play basketball with a transcript. Like, I have a belief. My God, I have enough stones that me and God has to deal with than having a still shot with something else that I'm promoting. That's not going to happen. And unfortunately, I have a direct communication style, but at the same time, I like my direct communication style because it allows me to be real with self. And self is this: me and this BHS lady will not work. Me and this BHS lady will not work. Guess what? Me and this BHS lady will work. You know why she worked? Because she actually kept it real with me. She felt my pain and all the stuff that I went to. The lady that left was like kind of like a lady booer. The one that had to quit because of the staff harassment was like a booer because why? She allowed me, when I would tell her things were actually going on, other staff were like, man, that staff ain't doing that to you. She didn't put that barrier up.
Well, let me
She
ask
said, you know what, this actually is really going on. And she saw it later on. So
Well,
I guess that's just my approach with it. I'd rather not be in an argument with a person in the room who won't even acknowledge what I'm in there for than being in there at all. Like,
so let me ask you, so when you met with later in 2022, you had a meeting with BHS.
Yes.
And you in November, and you told them that the reason you weren't going is because it conflicted with your law library time.
Yes. Yes.
And that's kind of the same argument again we had last time around. Like, we want you to prioritize your mental health.
I explained to you what happened in there. That did not become a conflict until I start asking about getting me services for suffering from a severe mental health disorder. Every time I bring that up, the response is, we're not going to waste our money on you. But I ain't did no class action on this yet for deliberate indifference. I've been falling back from addressing the real issue at hand. This statute was created for the people who suffer from a severe mental health disorder that causes a threat to the community. So there should be channels, tools, things developed for that person to address that issue at hand. How is it addressed for murderers who kill, but not for dangerous offenders?
Okay, well, we are not going to litigate this, obviously, today, but I am just going to say you have had opportunities to do services and you've chosen not to, and I understand what you're telling me, but it is concerning to me as well. So,
I don't know why it's concerning me, because ever since I chose to just not fall into BHS stuff, I'm about to be level 3 again without asking for any of it early. I bounced back. So why would you have concerned? Where's the concern from? I fell off. Yes, I did. I fell off because I felt rejected from this situation. I felt hurt from it telling you guys, allowing my sister to hear about I'm a weak fool before trying to kill myself when I had 100 years. Yeah, that hurt. All that in totality busted me. But guess what? I clawed tooth and nail out of that. Created a program I'm on and still making it. I'm about to make level 3, and guess what? I ain't asked for no extra. Can you give me an early level 3? Can you give me a program early? I don't need that early. I get it the hard way. Because it's not hard. Doing good is not hard. Falling off, getting back on the bandwagon after falling off is hard. So I don't know where your concern is. I get it. The write-ups, I messed up. I made a mistake. I let my triggers and my vulnerability flop that. But right now, I'm kicking. I'm live and kicking. I'm pushing forward. I create a program that I don't need that BHS counselor for. I have other services I can go through in alternative, and it's working.
So let me ask you this:
if they don't want to acknowledge it.
So if you're in the community on supervision,
Yes,
and you're in a group, you've been directed to go to a group by your PO, and your PO says, you're directed to go attend this group and participate and be there every week. But 5 sessions in, you're like, I don't like this person. I don't think they respect me. There's maybe a change in instructors. What are you going to do? And
First of
you
all,
know that it's a condition of your supervision.
First of all, I'm free, so I don't care no more. That you just took a lot off my back. First and foremost, listen, being free takes away a lot of the anxiety and stress that's already in. You can counter things a lot better than what's in here. The availabilities, the resources, the things, the happiness, the zen, the services that you can do out there, the child that doesn't have a hope in hell, that you can finally give him a hope in hell because he heard your story. Things like that replenishes people to be like, all right, I go to this little class, that ain't nothing. But in here, I got to figure out how I'm going to make it, how I'm going to do this and make it to the end of this. Because we all know I still got my appeal. That's not over with. But I've been telling you, like I've been saying since day one, how can I be a help than a burden? How can I help the parole board showing that actually, when I'm out, I'm actually the right person to be the poster boy of, hey, he fucked up, but he can make it. Excuse my language.
It's okay. So my question though is, what are you going to do? If your PO says you have to do it.
Like I said, I'm going to go to class.
You're going to go, even though you don't like it. Even though you think the person has nothing of value. Even though you think the person is disrespecting you or not being honest.
There's a difference between mandatory and not mandatory. That's not mandatory. I don't have to listen to this. Mandatory and not mandatory. I don't got to go to BHS. I don't, for what? To argue about something that you don't want to follow? For example, today I could have said, screw that TV monitoring thing and just went to the hole. Because the staff member who were there disobeyed his boss's directive to follow what the TV monitoring says to do. I could have argued with him. I could have said, hey, you're wrong and this, that, and other. But I still stayed in that TV monitoring thing and did the service that day. Because you know why? It's mandatory that I be up there. It's either the whole or that. So if I'm told by my PO to do something, that's mandatory. Period. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. But here it's not. It's not mandatory. So now, in the meantime, how can I live life on life's terms, day to day, and make it through the day? I know me, personally, with this person, that's a trigger right now. Going to BHS and hearing them say, hey, you know what? The difference is I know that you guys got BHS services out there that's actually for BHS. That actually will acknowledge it because it's directed by the board. Here, they don't care. It's unfortunate when the people inside say they don't care because you're thrown away, like always. You're trash. I am the community's trash. But out there, they listen to y'all. I know services as well. I know people since I've developed inside of here, the Keddys, the Andys, the people inside here that's going to help me make it out there. Because when I have these type of conversations with y'all, I can go over there and be like, hey, listen, I really don't, this PO want me to go to this meeting. I don't believe that's anything to do with it, but I'm going to do it because I could be locked up right now. I want to be out here with y'all. I want to do something good out here. I want to show the world that, hey, listen, you can come from the stickiest of circumstances. 21/17 was my release date one time. I've been fighting back tooth and nail every single time. And so if my PO says do something, I'm going to do it. I'm not a kid no more. But this is not mandatory. I don't have to go to PHS, especially if BHS ain't acknowledging what you guys put down. Of course, I ain't going to listen to that. I'm going. This ain't mandatory. It's elective. I don't got to do that.
Well, I guess that is one tactic to take. Sure.
My question to you is then, if what I'm doing currently at this stage, am I doing with my programming from runners to going to religious services to going to the working with Martin to do the dual diagnosis treatment, right? I mean, the classes, right? I said religious services, just all the programming I'm doing right now that has me about to make a level 3, right? Has me in a productive. Is anything I'm doing at this current moment wrong, bad, or indifference?
Well, we haven't really talked about programming yet. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. Okay. I'm going to, I'm going to actually now see if Ms. Brooks has questions.
Thank you. Most of the questions that I had were pretty thoroughly covered. I guess, in hearing you talk about BHS, I understand what you're saying and I can understand your frustration, but
Yeah.
I guess, I am curious. Do you feel like there are specific things that you personally feel like you could benefit from? If you were to be able to engage in some kind of mental health treatment, are there specific
Yes.
things that you would, okay, well, what are those?
So right now, so you guys remember I sent you the follow-up letter about the there's a follow-up letter I gave you guys with the packet of the you guys probably don't remember it. The EMDR.
Yes.
So stuff like that. I believe from what my release counselor gave me, I believe like that and was ITR, I think it is ITR out there that you guys have, or IRT. It's like
MRT?
yes, IRT, I think it
Mhm.
is. There, you guys, I don't know. I guess it's because like the services in BHS, I hope can we all agree that BHS services are less federally funded, don't have that much backing.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I don't know. I don't know anything about the funding, so it's hard for me to weigh in on that.
So the funding in BHS is too many caseloads. Prison is BHS in itself, especially OSP. There's a way that they're chaining it for mental health and tran yard, and where the funding is specific to who it's supposed to be to. But out there, it seems like the board understands more so because you guys like are a third party of the court judicial system. So you guys acknowledge the order of, hey, you know what? I'm going to make sure that his program is consistent to what the order is. Here, it's kind of like we're trying to figure out how we can save money and address the urgent cases at hand. So dangerous offenders, in their opinion, are not urgent cases. So I'm like, you know what? Let me find out. So I hope you don't think that because I don't go see BHS, I'm not in therapy all day.
Okay.
Even though these individuals are not therapists and I would like a therapist, I utilize friends, relationships, peer support, things of that nature as my therapy to counterbalance the negativity of not acknowledging what I'm in the first place. If that makes any sense. So I can't even hear you. You're on mute.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was muted. My apologies.
No, the computer. I mean, the thing just it's wild. It just tripped out on me too. But that's where my whole thing is that I still utilize skills I believe that's working, even to get me out my deepest and darkest grief periods, the deepest and darkest pain, the deepest and darkest thoughts, the days where I say, you know what, forget all this. I don't want to do this no more. And yes, a professional. If you look at like you guys have my outline of plans, you see in there, I tell you that I'm going to have therapy out there. I'm going to utilize most likely it's going to be the Northwestern clinic that you guys have out there because I went through with y'all before. I'm going to utilize a mental health counselor this time. I would prefer that. In fact, for me and my family relations, things that I can't address at these moments. I can't address me and my sister or my mom or our failures in our relationships. But I believe that if I get out there, I can have this counselor out there who can give me appointments to bring in my family and say, hey, can we talk about his turmoil as a child? Can we address these issues at hand that really hurt him the most so he can become a better citizen in the world? And I personally believe that's where it's going to work. But sitting here with a BHS counselor who won't acknowledge what my sentence is, it's hard for me to get past that. It's hard enough for me to get past these people trying to force me to play basketball with something I don't believe. It's my religious belief. It's my body, my right. You don't want me to put something in my, and so in saying that, that's the best, that's what my response is to you. Yes, there's other alternatives, and yes, I will be doing them other alternatives, because out there in society, in the parole board, you have the alternatives. You have the things that are required, but then you also have the alternative. You have these resources available in masses. Here, we don't have that. So we have to deal with what you got, or modify your program so you can be best successful in what you got going on. I believe right now, I'm happy that every other time that I've made my levels, I always ask for, I used to have Boer get me it early. I'm not asking for early no more. I don't want early. I want to show myself and the world that I don't need early. I can do the world on Laurel's terms, you know what I mean? And I can adjust and modify to certain things. So at this point, me and this person kind of acknowledge that. I create a healthy boundary in there, telling them this is how I feel. If we cannot come to that point at first, I will figure out utilize other services that help me. And then in the meantime, no disrespect, I will not be showing up.
Okay.
And like I said, until I start talking that manner and that way and that tone, everything else was just like bubbles and dreams and floats just in there talking about like, just sitting there having conversations. Me, I'm a truthful person as far as when you come to the defining of what self is. I like to be truthful about that. I messed up. That's the first thing. The first thing in any step I've learned in anonymous in excellent ways is you got to first acknowledge your flaws. And so if a person can't acknowledge that I suffer from a severe personality disorder that causes me to be a threat, then I need to go to the board to help me figure out how we can figure out other resources that's available, because until the meantime, in between time, I don't think you guys will believe me until I actually show you this, because all you reading the notes are saying that they're doing stuff for me. But I'm giving you risk management saying, hey, we don't do nothing for that. So how can you do? We don't. So you would never acknowledge my seriousness. They don't say I have a serious diagnosis. They say I have no problem. It conflicts with the parole board's diagnosis that I just got from this evaluation. So what do I do except figure out what other resources I can use to live life on life's terms, and that's day to day. Work out, make my body. I wanted to tell you all this because I got this. You ever heard the dog whisper of the dog whisper?
I think so. That's like a dog trainer, a person who, is that right?
Yes, I realize I am the Chihuahua. I am the Chihuahua. And I say that by saying this. The Chihuahua in the group of a pack is the one that likes to rile everything up. So they learned, they told the trainer, hey, listen, the best way to keep the crowd calm is by putting the Chihuahua on the treadmill before you go take them all out. You have to get all that energy, all that argumentative, all that out of that person before you can get them around everything else. I realize that's me. That's why I work out. I start my day out working out fast. That's why I do these things to allow me to mold into my motor skills. And I realize that there's other resources out there to accommodate that. So that's where my response to that is yes, I most definitely will do it. And I know you guys have better resources because at first you're going to acknowledge it.
Okay.
Be real.
Well, and I'm really glad that you found other resources and other alternatives that work for you. And I think we're going to get kind of into, what those resources are and sort of the coping skills that you've learned a little bit later. But I guess my question was really, are there specific things, about you that you can identify that you would like to work on?
Yes,
still?
I'm hurt and I need a deep therapy counselor. I'm sorry to laugh at that, but that's the real fact thing about it is I need a counselor who will acknowledge the pain that I went through. Like I get them to acknowledge the pain. So let me not take that from them. I won't take from any counselor that I had here. I won't say that they don't acknowledge that I don't suffer from pain.
Okay.
I just would say that they know that that I cause too much of a caseload for them. If that makes any sense. I take up too much time. There's too many layers to peel back from this onion where they'll rather take somebody who's already doped up on drugs trying to not take care of herself. If that makes any sense.
Mhm.
You'd rather lighten your case law than deal with clarity. That's what they like to say. And I would like to have a counselor now, like, who would actually like when I was in the Northwestern, when I got out of the feds, they had me see a doctor out there. I liked that psych doctor. It was over there by the Beaverton Transit Center area.
Yeah.
It was there was a counselor we had over there. Now, unfortunately, my young juvenile aspects, I didn't show up because I was on the run and stuff. But I showed up for a couple, and I can say that them services were cool. You know what I mean? But at that time, I wasn't ready for it.
Okay.
I wasn't ready for none to sit down and talk about my emotions or talk about the pain.
Right.
So did I answer the question or?
Well, yes. I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is I get that BHS is telling you, we don't recognize, the dangerous offender, right? And I know that you feel that they don't have time for you kind of generally, but do you feel like there could be any benefit to you from participating in any of the BHS services, to address some of those issues that you can identify you'd like to work on within yourself, kind of apart from that dangerous offender?
No, because they tainted it. They tainted it when they had their own official that came here and worked, and she was actually a helping person, and you ran her off because she was actually trying to help mental health. Okay. That tainted that. So I went to a different service. In fact, I had another partner who he actually went to Gogi. Like we all split up. Now we still see each other during we see each other during runners turnout. That's what a lot of my therapy is, be runner turnout, where I do my running and working out. That's my therapy. I believe it works the best for me. But a lot of us split up. Some of us didn't like how that worked out, so we moved on. And so I just don't think sometimes you can't be stuck in the same problem forever. Like that's why I don't do medication no more.
Okay.
Like that transition of when I did medication that you guys know about, like when I psych medications, that messed my head up. You're trying to tell me I was supposed to withdraw as a juvenile from medication who didn't know nothing about life. And that was the hardest thing in my life. That was one of the second hardest things of the life of trying to live, is withdrawing from psych medications. So I'm trying to not be dependent, and I'm dependent, but to fight for my independence. And so if that makes any sense, it's like I've been dependent on the state my whole life. Ever since the wound I came out, my mom was in juvenile. She had me, so I was a ward of the state. Everything had to go through the state for me. But I'm not that type of like get SSI and stay on SSI type of person. I'm not that type of get on food stamps and stay on food stamps type of person. I'm that elevate yourself from that. So find things that work for you and do it the best that you can, because it's going to be hard. I think Kara Lawson said it best: handle harder better. I'm just learning how to handle harder better. And I believe I don't need these certain services if it's not going to be conducive to a positive mindset. Why go in there and just argue with a lady about something that you won't even feel my pain? Like people who care are actually going to feel your pain. I go to my doctor because my doctor cares about my health. My doctor will give me on the streets organ health plan, whichever case may be, you know what I mean? Hey, give me an alternative to a TB if you think I even have TB, you know what I mean? My pastor will give me blessings for showing up for church, you know what I mean? Like you have all these things that provide all this positive energy, and this one person or these people don't want to accept this process that I'm going through, this journey I'm going through, this dangerous offender journey I'm going through. You don't want to accept that. And then turn around, like I said, and say, I'm the bad guy because I won't accept my sentence. and then tell you guys that, hey, it's me, 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 me. Yes, I tell them I'm not showing up for that. You won't accept what I'm in here for. I won't play basketball over here because you won't accept my beliefs as a human being. But you're forcing your opinion or your thing on me as if what I'm doing is wrong. I'm not doing nothing wrong. Like, I've done wrong. I will do wrong as far as like messing up. I fuck up, excuse my language. I'm there go one right there. I mess up every
Okay.
single day. But I'm trying my hardest to figure out what steps I can take to be the best person. And I believe BHS is not one of them. And as be frank, I'm in war with BHS. Like I've been biting my tongue on if I'm going to help litigate a class action for deliberate indifference because of medical. Because though they may seem like they're doing something, when you get a report saying we don't do nothing for you, you can only lie to y'all for so long. They can only tell y'all this thing for so long until the truth actually comes out. Until the facts of Warren Robert and them comes out. Until all these real facts come out, people gonna really think Clardy might actually be telling a lie or is he telling the truth. And I don't want to bicker and fight. We spent so much time on this one BHS. I feel like we got away from the good stuff that I'm doing. Like I will do BHS. I will do mandatory services that I'm required to do. I prefer to have a psych evaluator who cares, who actually gonna be there. I prefer, but if I am required to do some BHS out there, which not BHS is mental health services out there in the free world, I will do them.
Okay.
And hopefully the challenge that I know out there in the free world, I'll be able to get a personal, I don't think, and maybe you might tell me wrong, but I don't think if in time I find out my own BHS, or not BHS, mental health counselor out there who's willing to work with me, I don't think you guys would deny that. Because I think we all know that I have some mental health problems, you know what I mean? I think you guys understand this. So
Yeah.
that's not the, yeah.
Well, and I do want to move on from talking about BHS because, you know, I think we are going to be getting into shortly talking about, you know, a lot of the stuff that you have done and the tools that you use.
Yeah.
So I think that in terms of this area of questioning, those are all the questions that I have. So I'm going to check in with Ms. Kuklenski to see if she has any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And as we've all just kind of indicated, we've talked about this a lot. So I don't have remaining questions. Thank you, Mr. Clardy.
Thank you. I would just add again, and I want to put this on there. If my PO tell me to do some damn services, I'm doing it now. I'm not a kid no more. I'm going to do what my PO says. If I have any type of, let's say, conflicts with what the PO has, because we're not going to agree with everything. We never do. I know the channels to go through now. Like, I know if I have a disagreement, I do not have to bark or yell or argue or cuss you out to get my way. I know if something goes wrong, hey, listen, I can file a complaint. I can utilize my voice that way. It's not the same old, hey, take over with a iron fist. It's not that no more. I know how to, excuse my language again, but I know the due process stages now better than I knew before. And so let's not execute because we're saying that I'm not here doing BHS, that I will not be doing mental health services on the streets. I do mental health services while I'm in here. They're just not the traditional ones. I would like traditional ones so I can address some of the deeper ones, but people won't even acknowledge why I'm in prison for. But then you want to use it against me because I have a pimp case. So it's just like, excuse my language, but it's a catch-22. Like, damn if I do, damn if I don't. They give murder cases more services than I do. And I ain't killed nobody. I hurt people. Don't take that away from nobody. Don't let that quote be anything to fool you. I hurt people. I ain't killed nobody though. They get more services than me in here.
Okay, so I do want to move on to talk about your disciplinary referrals.
Yes.
So at the time of our last hearing, you had 3 years DR free. And then things really started to fall apart like the fall of 2023.
Yeah.
So that was about,
A couple months
That was-
after that.
no, because our hearing was in 2022.
2022.
Yeah,
then
so that was about 18 months after. Like what was going on around that time? Like why did you fall off and things start going south for you in
No hope.
2023?
I didn't feel like I had no hope. What was I still being here for? I got these people arguing with me about waking up every morning, about testing my skin when you can give me an alternative. So then I communicated wrong early in the morning with a staff member about how I felt that they were doing their job wrong. And because of that, led to the hole. And then for a whole year, we kept having issues that founded from it all started. That was a long time ago, 2 years ago. So me and Sis I was on a grief period. I haven't called Sis for a minute because I felt some type of way of even had bringing her to the hearing. I felt like I hurt her by hearing the stories about me. So I was holding a lot of stuff in. Then we moved from A block. The transition from moving to A block to the cells was happening, and now because of that, new staff were not understanding about popping us out at the time that we're supposed to be for the TV monitoring, and so it started affecting waking up and all types of stuff. So then it affected me communicating with them effectively instead of not even communicating with them effectively, more so communicating with the situation effectively. Like I should have just took it up to the hires instead of trying to address that issue that early in the morning with them when they're just graveyard staff anyway. I could have hollered at the OIC or something about that, and I didn't, which that was my fault. But like I said, I was in a heavy-hearted situation at that time. I was hurt. Every single time I talked to people about it, I was like, man, they laugh. I came up with the thing in my head. You laugh with me, you cry with me, and you apologize to me for the stuff that I've went through in my life just to flop me. That hurt. It still do.
Well,
It still tingles. It
Mr.
tingles.
Clardy,
It tingles.
so-
It tingles. It hurts.
We can have empathy for your childhood, okay? But we also have to assess other things as well. Those two are not antithetical to each other. We can have understanding, but we also have expectations, okay? We have understanding and compassion, but we have expectations.
Yes.
One of our expectations, is that you're going to be able to manage your behavior and you're in the facility. And so that's why I'm trying to figure out what happened, because even though you were really hurt after receiving our order, which was fairly quickly after the hearing, so it wasn't in the fall of 2023,
Delayed reactions. You build up pain. I can't tell you on March 17th is the day I'm going to flip out or have an episode or cry or blurt something out that I shouldn't be blurting out because it's going to offend the staff. I can't tell you that day. I built stuff inside of me, and that right there was one of them. The letdown. Like I'm sitting here every single day fighting for my life back against the state, which I believe is not the crime itself, but the way the prosecution was litigated or prosecuted was unlawful. Every single day I fight that journey about the world not knowing that a kid got beat up at the Lloyd Center and the police covered that up with my conviction. There's victims out there who got victimized by the victim who I victimized with the assault. I think he had like a 70. I think I told y'all about that last time. He had like a 70 count indictment, Thomas Oliver, for rape, murder, and sodomy and stuff. There's people's stories who haven't even been told because they wanted me so much more than they wanted him. I got more time than him. I got more time than his original sentence. You disagree, Yusufuza?
Well, okay, so Mr. Clardy,
No,
we're
he
going
just shook
to
his
ask
head. No,
him questions,
he
okay?
shook his head. I'm like, hold on. I remember Thomas.
Okay.
I got 100 years. Thomas Oliver got like 40 years. So if I'm lying, I'm dying.
That's not, the board is not really
but I say that
doing
you asked me these questions. You asked me these questions. These are all. This is in my mind. So these are things that build up in the scenario of what I'm going through in life. I can only tell you what I'm going through in life. So in my mind, I'm always thinking about I'm fighting my case doing legal pro se against this. I believe is a wrongful conviction. My actions were wrong in that as well, but there's a wrongful aspects of my case. And then as I'm going through that, I see a parole board. I see an opportunity that's going to help me, a supporting cast, a resource that's going to help me transition into society because I suffer from this, and this is why I'm a danger to the community. And then when they're confronted with that situation, I explain to you guys, I know BHS puts this out there like they're really fighting for me and this, that, and another, but they're not. We're laughing, we're crying, we're doing all this type of stuff. And I told you this before, and we come back to it and I get flopped. I went through a grief period. When I say I went through my second grief period, I went through my second grief period. That 100 years was the first one. That's why I went to IMU and all that type of scenario. Second one was this last denial. This one hurt more than all the other ones. And I think one of the triggers the most was it's hard for me to do my do this with people who I care and love. It was hard bringing. That's why you don't see Ketty here as well. Even though Ketty had something going on, he asked me if I wanted to show up, and I said, "No, I'm cool. I can deal with this pain. Doing this is not like you guys know my record. I do legal good. I love to argue. I love to do this. I love this. I don't love being locked up, but I love being in the court system. I love that aspect of fighting for your rights back. Like this right here is an opportunity of growth. Cool. We got a chance. I just wish it was with a more fairer approach where you guys will finally believe like BHS really ain't doing nothing for him out here. And maybe that might actually help him out there in the free world with mental health out there that actually have better resources that's available than an institution that won't even follow a rule that says provide this to him. You know what I mean? So I think when you build all that up, I've fumbled. I've messed up. And I want to say I apologize for that. I messed up and got more write-ups, which I was actually liking. I was doing good. But at this current moment, I got no write-ups. At this current moment, I'm going on 18 months clean. Clean. So I'm clean and sober for 12. But
right. No, I know.
But
I know what you mean.
But I'm no write-ups. I'm doing it without having to get the speedy way to get your levels. When I'm hearing all these other dudes, and don't get it twisted. I told myself I wasn't going to do that because the speedy way ain't always the best way. If you really got to change, you would take it your slow way. All right, I do not need a quick sentence level review. If I get that when they call me down up to the control floor to pick up my level 3, then I made it that far because I'm living life on life's terms day to day. And I believe, like I said, with the program, the release plan I gave you guys is what I do every single day. It's what's worked that wasn't available when I was in the hole because I didn't utilize the resources that was available. And that is what? BHS? I told BHS, it's crazy. The lady that I'm telling you about that left, I told her about it all day. Because crisis has to, if you guys know, when you go to the hole, they have to come talk with you. I remember one of the nurses, the BHS nurses, I told her what happened in the incident. And if you look at one of the write-ups, I actually beat one of them, right? Because the nurse, this is how bad they got. They lied and said I wasn't following a specific directive. And I said, well, the video shows otherwise. You say I wasn't in the location. They even went so far to say I wasn't in the location that I was supposed to be at that time. Video evidence showed otherwise, and I won that write-up. So I was going through this back and forth fight while moving out of A block, to medical fighting me about my temple and my body, to making up false allegations where I have to beat them on a write-up because the camera showed otherwise. It's like, whoa, it was a fight.
Are you referencing, because your last write-up was from March 6th of 2024.
Yes.
So 9 months ago, 10 months ago, 9-ish months ago.
Yeah.
So that we're not 18 months clear. We're 9 months clear.
We're within that whole year. Within that whole year, I say in the middle of it is where there was a write-up where one of the medical, because when they start seeing that when they start seeing that, hey, we have security, because so what it is, and this is the hardest part about it, because you guys are not here on a daily occurrence. Security, and because you guys said you're going to be here. Ask security, like the Cataldos, the Adamsons, things of that nature. How does security feel about medical here? And you get your answer. You'll find out. And when you find that out, you'll find out Clardy maybe might have been telling a little truths about it. So there's a medical staff, that people around here with this scenario, that like to utilize one of my triggers, and that's abuse authority. They will lie, manipulate, and cheat their way into getting what they want. And they will manipulate the security staff into believing what they're doing is right. And instead of doing it themselves, they're forced the security on you. Well, it came to a point where security got tired of them. It was like, man, something doesn't sound right no more. Especially after I got that video showing them that they lied on me. And they start looking and start investigating stuff and start seeing certain things. They was like, you know what? We're not going to start backing them no more. That's why, if you can see, well, why is things going well now? That's because security told them we're not going to get involved with that no more, because we see that you're manipulating and utilizing the situation and abusing him because over something that we believe is stupid. Give him a chest X-ray. But you still have moments of flair where they try stuff like that. Like this morning, I'm telling you right now, you had a nurse who was told by his boss to do it a certain way. And I just got the kite yesterday from Catherine Ross, who's the nurse manager. She told him to do a certain thing. He's not doing it and laughing about it. What? Wait. We live in, I know I've been gone for 12 years, but what did I miss? I know there's a lot I missed, but what have I missed when people can tell your boss that you're not going to do a certain thing? That's required by your rule. That's what I just went to today. But this is today. That's not the whole year of the back and forth that I had going on with medical. So then we finally got that cleared up, because people finally got it. It was like, hey, you know what? It might not be clarity. There's some parts. Yes, I have reactive problems. If I feel like I'm being done wrong, I become argumentative. I kick, scream. But I take it back. Take the kick part back, because if you look at my riots, I don't got no violence. There's no physical violence on nobody. I'm not putting my hands on nobody worth nothing.
Right.
I might give you a punk face. Like I might say, hey man, I beat your ass and things of that nature. But that's still a downfall I have of mine, where I will say threatening things, but I don't mean none of it. Because if you look at my history, 12 years, not besides that, when I went to IMU, you don't see no physical conflict with me. I don't do that. Now I will threaten,
understand that,
and because I will get that mad, like, man, this is crazy. Why are you picking me out, bro? Leave me alone. I'm trying to figure out how I can become a best me and get back out to the world and go look out for my nephews and look out for myself and go figure my family out and live a better life, bro. I'm almost 40, been incarcerated my whole life, pretty much. Been in the system my whole life.
Right. So let me just bring it back to what I want to take a minute, take a breath. We're going to take a break here as soon as we're done with this topic, okay? And then we can all kind of just take a breath and stretch. So one thing I hear you say, and I want to reflect it back to you, is you say I don't use violence, but, and you don't use physical violence.
Sure.
Can you agree, though, that threats to harm another person, telling somebody you're homosexual, they are bad, but can you agree that feels
and legally you can be charged for that? So yes.
Verbal violence?
Yes, you can.
Because in your experience,
Yes.
I imagine that you understand how harmful verbal and emotional and mental assaults can be,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So that those are violent acts, even if you're not, putting your hands on somebody. And so
Yes.
what was going on
In the
when that
scenario,
was happening?
in the scenarios, this what was
Yeah.
going on. BHS, or the one write-up you're specifically talking about, the write-up was BHS told them that I was going through a crisis and
Mhm.
told them to put me in the cell by myself. A staff member who wanted to antagonize the situation said, I don't care what BHS says, and told me I was going to go in the cell with somebody anyway. At that moment, I felt like I was being attacked. And that's when the words came back out that way. That's the
Okay.
only way I felt at that moment, with all the stuff I was going on, that I could get out of that situation. Because why? I felt like you were trying to hurt me. So my back is against the wall. So that scenario that you're specifically talking about that happened like a year ago or something, that's because I felt like my back was against the wall. BHS told you. And in fact, what happened after that is BHS had to call the DSU lieutenant or the captain or lieutenant, and the lieutenant had to direct them, no, don't do that. What is wrong with you? Like, he's going through a crisis right now. Leave him alone. Like, put him in the cell. He got his DR. That's what's gonna happen. But leave him alone. You don't have to add to this extra stuff. You know what I mean? So like, there's times, like, I know you guys might not want to believe it, but there's some times where we have antagonistic staff and things of that nature who try to push your buttons, and you,
Well,
like I
sure.
did, which I said 2025 is another year, and one of my New Year's goals is to stop running out of game.
Okay.
Stop running
Well,
out of game.
so
Like, when I mean by stop running out of games, I mean you don't always have to put your hands on somebody to cause, well, in the urban society, when we say run out of game, means that you put your hands on somebody. I'm taking that terminology and changing it, because you don't
Okay.
always have to put your hands on
Right.
somebody to hurt somebody.
we
You
just
can mentally
talked
hurt
about
them.
that. Yeah.
So every time they hurt me mentally, a lot of times mine is to hurt you back mentally with my words, because I got good words. I got a good mouthpiece. I got a good speaking abilities. Do I mean that I'm actually going to do that for you? No. But that's one of my defense mechanisms. So the things I have learned now to change that is watch what you say more. I'm learning how to watch what you say more. Like today, I was angry with this nurse this morning. Angry. How dare you tell me that I need to follow the rules and come up here every morning and follow your rules for everything, but you sit here and tell your boss that I'm not going to do this by not telling your boss, and you just did it because you did it. I wanted to say something so bad, like, hey, you can't do that. But me using them words ain't gonna do nothing but put fuel to the fire. So I address it later. I put a grievance in. I do what I have. I do my due diligence later. But at that present moment, is there a time and a place to address it? Nah, it wasn't gonna work. It was nothing in that scenario. He made up his mind of what he was gonna do. Stay away from it.
So let me ask you this. What you've said throughout the hearing, and then when you're talking about these DRs,
Yeah.
is when you feel somebody's abusing their authority, or you feel like you're backed into a corner.
Yes.
That is what triggers you.
Yes.
So
it's in my packet too.
I know.
My triggers.
I
Crisis
know.
prevention. That's my trigger. That's my big.
Out in the community,
Yeah.
it is, unfortunately, right now, this is just my opinion, there's a lot of people are quick to react, even in their driving, in how they talk to others, on airplanes, wherever it is. People are quick to react, and people are quick to get in the face of another person or say stuff. And I guess I'm concerned about how you would manage that, because you're not going to, I know this sounds like ironic, but you're not going to have the safety of a guard saying, you're out, go calm down, go to your cell, have a cell and do whatever. You're going to be in a moment with another human who might have no guardrails on their behavior. And I'm concerned about
That's
how
crazy.
you're going to manage
No, because
that.
that's crazy that, and I know you have to have that perspective, or maybe it's just a perspective that you throw out there, but I can't believe that you would think that's the scenario, no disrespect. In the eye of somebody who has had a lot of time incarcerated, right?
Mhm.
We don't kind of look at certain things that you might think looks like that. You said with the guards to protect you and things that go back to your cell, things of that nature. To me, I believe that's more of a hindrance towards me, because I don't never get to release it. I never get to address the issue. Like, out free on the streets, you can swerve away from that quickly. What do you mean? Because
I don't know.
no, you know why? The counterbalance of freedom compared to being locked up. You don't have to, though this is what the rules say, you're supposed to follow the rules and this, that, and other. I ultimately, and this is a true statement, I believe, I don't have to follow none of these rules. I don't have to do none of this. I can sit here. I don't have to do none of this. But I choose to do it because I want to be a better person. I choose to do it because I'm trying to figure out things that will work better than what I've done in the past. It's easy to isolate. I'm trying to tell you. That's one of the easiest things. That's my go-to. Foster care throughout my whole life, my thumb in isolation. I promise you. I would, what? You can't tell me nothing. I'm out the way. Because that's all I know my whole life is isolation. I have nobody to go to. Open up to this society of community of out here, it's one of the hardest things. It's one of the hardest things to be out there and help others when you're still trying to help yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy for them to bring you your tray to your slot. So out there, the counterbalance is this. And Sterling said it best, and I agree on one thing he said. There's many things he said, but this one I agreed. He said he doesn't get mad at traffic jams. People get upset because they're rushing to get somewhere because of traffic jam. He's just happy he's free. The thing that a lot of people fail, I think, to realize from this bid that I got is my release date was 21/17 at one point. That counterbalances any altercation out there. In here, it's harder because you have to like really walk tooth and nail to get these opportunities to even see y'all. Like I wasn't supposed to see you guys. My release date was 21/17 with like 3 or 4 years good time until I fought it back and sold some illegalities of my conviction. Other than that, I wouldn't even be seeing y'all right now, which is a blessing. But it also hurts at the same time because I'm like, I still believe that certain things ain't been addressed yet. But I'm still trying to, what's just called, execute it in the most professional and most like humane way in society. Like, hey, I have a voice, I have a right, but at the same time, I'm not going to disturb nobody else's life to get what's mine. You know what I mean? I'm trying to learn all these tools to become a better me. I'm going to fall, I'm going to make mistakes, but I just don't believe that I am a danger to society. I believe I can be, and I have been, but I also believe that now at this stage at 37, I won't be. I am not. So in that scenario, that's why it's just like it's hard to like compare each person's scenario like that right there. Somebody I'd be watching it, I'd be watching them neighborhood wars, but I'd be laughing. I'm sorry, you ain't supposed to be laughing about some of these things, but I'd be like, oh, you that mad about some damn some Starbucks? What? Y'all tripping about
People
the law?
get mad. People
But guess
get mad
what?
out there.
The cold thing about it is the same thing happens here. You know how many people be running and trying to put their tray up? People cut people. They don't know how to do time here either. You have to remember, I've come from a federal penitentiary where I've seen violence and been through all that crazy stuff as well. But then they come to Oregon, and we know how the Oregon system is. It's not like other states. So the things of like respect are not there like it would be in the fear of respect of ruled by an iron fist in the feds. So I deflect a lot every day. What the cutting in line, the things of that nature, that stuff happens here too. So if I can handle that cutting in line, like cutting line on the streets ain't nothing. So you're completely right. There's going to be a scenario where somebody's going to call me a bitch and a punk, and I'm out there because they can do what they want to. You don't think that happened in here yet? Oh, you must not know.
I'm sure.
You know,
I'm
that's
sure
happened.
that you've had challenges like that in there.
I've been in the ringer in here, but the thing about it is, and this is straight up, I give you these words about the clean dates and things of that nature, but I don't really tell y'all all about the stuff I do in here. You know why? Because I'm not looking for accolades. That's one of my most uncomfortable things about this parole board. It's telling y'all all the good things I do. I don't care about that. I do it because I do it. That's one, I promise you, I got to talk to a therapist about that. Why do I feel so uncomfortable telling people about things that I do good? It's just not a comfortable thing for me. I mean, like, I shouldn't have to tell you that today I sat with an elder today and helped him with his trade today. He's an elder. I helped him out. Whoop de doo. Like slow your butt down and you probably see the elder too, you know what I mean? But you was moving like a rabbit, you know what I mean? You're trying to get where you got to go and you're not thinking about the community. That's, again, something I didn't have in the past. I didn't care about no community. I didn't care about that. I realized that I actually care about that now because guess what? The community actually do care about me and they need people like me out there and they've told me this. I'm wasting the state's time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna check in with Ms. Brooks, and then after we've checked in with Ms. Brooks and Ms. Kuklinski, we're gonna take a break, okay?
For a question I have, can I ask
What?
y'all a real question? Do you mind if we do take this break, I can see if they'll scan this to you guys? I mean, ladies?
Sure, we
'Cause I
won't
think,
really have time to,
no, I'm just
we can
saying,
try to read it quickly, but sure,
yeah.
we're gonna take a
All right.
10-minute break. So let's check in though with Ms. Brooks right now and see if she has questions.
You know, excuse me, I actually don't have any questions on this topic. Thank you, Mr. Clardy. I will check in with Ms. Kuklinski.
I just have a couple of quick follow-up questions. You and Ms. Cleaver spoke about some of the, verbal, I guess, threats that you made kind of in the heat of a moment of a DR.
Yeah.
Do you, and I know that that's something that you've also had historically in your long ago past, as it relates to having a single cell.
Yeah.
So do you consider this manipulative at all?
No, I don't, because I believe that certain times there is a dangerous person. Like, this person is hurt. I'm hurt. Like, I don't know how many times I could tell y'all this and make it stick. Like, I went to 47 foster homes, like 100-year sentence, like first time pistol case, I go to the feds instead of a state case. Like, I've experienced a lot at 37, and unfortunately, it's been a thing. So the response to certain things, like, I believe I put up them barriers to safeguard anything bad from happening. Like, there's certain roommates that I can't be with. There's certain people that y'all can't be with on the streets. Like, I can't live with you in my house every single day. Like, so I know I have a problem with building stuff up. Like, again, I told you, I don't pick which day that I flip out and cut somebody out. I hold a lot of stuff in. I would love to have a counselor back in the day, like, that stayed there. But like I said, because I went through so many foster homes, I never got to establish that relationship. Maybe now in the world, when I do get that opportunity, I can have me a lifetime psych doctor, you know what I mean? And a family resource doctor and peer supports and things of that nature that we can keep this journey afloat, which without having like them breakdowns of ripping your heart apart, you know what I mean? Besides like, you know, people passing away and stuff. But in saying that, I just believe that in that situation, that's what I've learned. I don't know. That might not
So
make any
how,
sense.
I guess, how would I know that if you're in a transitional housing situation and, you know, a lot of those are shared spaces, you know, that using your words, you're not going to flip out because you're put with someone that you don't feel like you can be with?
Because you know why? Your shared space and OSP shared space are two different shared spaces. One, you don't have to live in the same room with that person. You have your own room.
You might. A lot of those transitional living situations are shared spaces.
Every single one I gave y'all that's open to the bed with me right now got your own room. Shoreline, all these, they got your own room. I got to deal with this person in my cell.
What if you had to? What if you had to? I've done a lot of home visits in my day at many transitional housing programs where you share a room with multiple people, sometimes up to 4 people. So tell me how you would handle that situation.
I would make sure my PO knew that I'm gonna stay there until now and then get new housing when I can. I got to go. I can't be with these people. Let me get my own place. Let me figure out housing that does have their requirements that they get their own place. You know, I don't. You know, that to me sounds more like what do they call it, a camp, or aka like bunk beds and stuff. That kind of reminds me of like that reminds me of like, y'all know porch light and street light.
Mm-hmm.
That reminds me of that. Like, who does that still? I get it. It's a resource development. No. I'm not knocking the resource. At least people took that time to get to that level to live with somebody and take them chances instead of being like a shelter. I mean, not a shelter, but a tent city or something now. You know what I mean? At least you're taking steps. But I promise you, my steps ain't gonna be living with these people forever. I will be moving on to my own little place. We're not gonna do that. Like, I do it in the time being because it's required, like you said. When you start putting requirements on things, tones start changing. I don't know. I laugh at a lot of things because life. I try to laugh at it because it hurts so much. But like at this point, like that was a requirement. It's not required in here. But the thing about it is, these people also live with me every single day. They know me. They wouldn't even put themselves in that situation. Because it's like, I'm not perfect. I'm going to have them days. But out there, it's like there's a whole different transition. Like, I'm not perfect. However, you have this opportunity of freedom. Here, I'm supposed to be here until what, 50, 60, whatever. But we got my appeal going on right now. We're going to finally argue this new case that's going to address the consolidated convictions being messed up. That's the one thing I also want to hopefully we talk about in one of the things is current litigation. Because I would like to actually discuss that, because I think it plays a big part about how you guys look at me and where we're going to go from here. Because a lot of people don't know that my appeal is almost going to be up and they're going to have to dismiss the rest of my case. And they know this. Based on this case called Evans versus New, where consolidated cases affect each other. It happened in 2022. We didn't get to address it then because of resentencing. But what I'm saying is there's a great potential chance where, like I did this last conviction, this other conviction is going to go as well. And I'm not going to have no opportunity for no parole board because I'm just going to be free on the streets. The thing that I like more so with you guys is that you have the ready availability of transitioning compared to just kicking me back out to the streets. You've seen what I've done. It's failed every single time. Every time the system has kicked me back out to the streets, what has happened? I'm talking about no paper or nothing. Now, though I believe I'm better now and I can strive, I know how to do business, I know how to, personally do finances, everything. I know how to, I'm smarter than I was before. But we're not going to play around like Oregon State doesn't have resources available for people to transition to society better. Are we? Nah, not today. Nah, not by this party, because I know that your resources are a lot better, especially in combination of the resources I've been gaining through here, to transition me better than just kicking me out from a winning conviction. I know Usafusa might think otherwise, or I might be wrong, but there's a time where this case is going to be completely over with. And when that happens, were we on the side of safety, of helping me transition into the world? Or, hey, throw him back out there because, he's not ready yet. Man, you let murderers out. Give me a chance, please. I say that because guess what? I had 100 years and I survived 100 years. Regardless of the fact, the max of this case, I still get to see the day one time. I believe I'm healthy enough. But in the other part, it's about to happen. Please don't let me transition my mind into back to, I got my pill. I don't care about parole. Because there's been times like that. I promise you. There was a time where I wasn't going to see y'all. I thought this was a sick game, y'all asking to see me early. Because you asked to see me before the 2-year mark.
I believe we saw you in January of 23.
So
if I remember correctly. And if we have to do the evaluation, we have to note. No, it was in January of 23.
January 23, but
Yeah.
I was scheduled to see you guys December 24. That was only a year and some days later. That's not 2 years. So
yeah, it would have been 1 month before your right.
So I was over here like, is this just a game? I'm keeping it real. In my mind, I'm like, because ultimately, and you should believe me if you don't believe anything. If you don't believe the BHS, you don't believe any of that. Believe one thing about me is that I strongly believe in my legal. I believe I'm really good at this. I've been winning. I just got a ruling in August that I just won the Oregon Supreme Court pro se against them having no immunity, destroying my stuff. It's been fun. Been helping other people win. And I'm like, I have this appeal. This appeal is going to be over with. But is that right over effective? Right over effective teaches me in this scenario that the Oregon Department of Corrections and the Oregon Department of Parole specifically has the resources to transition me better in the world than I have myself, though I have a lot of resources. And as crazy as it might sound, I had an opportunity before, but I was just too young to harness it. And it was when I got out from my dope case that first time. You guys put me in short line, and I ran from it. That was probably one of the best spots I could have been at. Single housing, program available. Within a week or two, I dipped. I didn't care about that. I was 18, 19. I didn't care about that. Again, I was 18, 19. Told me a curfew. I said, what? Now, you know what my curfew is? I got a curfew here. I got a curfew in OSP. Last night I went to bed at 8 o'clock. Like things change when you get older. And at this point, when you had a 100-year sentence and you was never supposed to see this, you can easily go one way and say, hey, I can win this shit on my appeal. Like I can tell you right now, Evans versus Newt, 2022, consolidated cases. One got dismissed. They left the other one open. Court said ineffective assistance of counsel caused this prejudice. Throw this one away as well. But it took time. You know how the court process go. You got to come back. That's what this case is. I won my first one. I'm coming back for that second one. If you don't think I'm not coming back for it, I'm still coming back for that conviction. Period. There's some things that was wrong about it that I just don't agree with. There are victims whose story were not told because of cover-ups. Period. There's no looking away from that. But in saying that, we're here talking about, does Department of Parole, the Oregon Department of Parole, have resources more available, I believe, to help me transition to society. Before this case happens, and or while this case is happening. I would rather utilize them resources than my own. Though I believe that some of mine is crossed with y'all's anyway. Bridges and chains, all types of stuff. Bridges and chains ain't got no double bunks. I was just saying.
I guess it depends on where you go, because I absolutely,
I know
yes,
the
they
ones,
do.
I know the ones
They
I'm supposed to be
absolutely
in.
do.
So I know the districts that I'm supposed to be at, because everything else is out of the county. The county I'm supposed to be in, and Multnomah and all that, oh, they got single housing.
Okay.
So I'm just,
All right.
I would, but if had to, I would do it for the time being. But I know now how to deal with it for that moment until you can fix it later on. That's
Okay.
kind of like, I like grievances and things of that nature now, and public safety complaints and things of that nature now, because I understand, all right, you get that win right here, but I know I got the appeal process. I got all these other processes to address my issues now, instead of ruined by iron fist.
Okay. I am going to turn it back over to Ms. Cleaver. Thank you.
Okay. So we're well past the time to take a break. So it's 10:52 right now. We're going to go off the record and we're going to take a 10-minute break. And so let's come back at 11:03 and we will resume at that time. So use this time to do what you need to do, Mr. Clardy. Yeah, did you want to ask something?
Yeah, do you have a fax number? Or Kim? Does they
Ms.
have it?
Koontz, are you with us right now? She's not always monitoring the call.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Clardy is asking what our fax number is. He'd like to try to fax some documents.
He can ask the officer to see if someone in records can scan and email me the documents.
Oh, okay. So we don't use fax apparently.
Yeah,
So,
just send it. They have my email, Kim Coons. They know it. So
So records ain't here? I'm not on an area to do records in 10 minutes. Do you
you
have?
can't. The officer
have
could.
the-
The
do you
officer
have
can
the
go contact
email?
somebody in the records office across the hall.
Yeah, no, that's
You
too
can have
far
Mr.
that's too far for 10 minutes. What is your email?
No.
yeah,
you
it has to
have the
go through
officer
the
come in.
records department.
We'll go off
So-
the record and I'll talk to the officer if that's okay.
Okay, so it's now 10:54, so let's come back just to give Mr. Clardy extra time to try to accomplish this. We'll come back at 11:05. Okay?
Yeah, yeah.
And
Well,
if
Mr.
not, we'll hold the record open, Mr. Clardy.
No,
We're
I
gonna
get,
read your
I'm just
docs.
seeing
Don't
more,
worry.
another barrier of just email to trans. I'm like,
It's
that's
just-
what you do in society. You're supposed to teach a person how to do that in society.
It's not
Emails.
personal. This is
Mr.
Google
Clardy,
process.
You're
Okay?
Clardy, you're not allowed to go into the records office and use their machine. So
No, I
that's what I'm
wouldn't do it.
saying.
I wouldn't do that. I would just get it scanned to you through another avenue that's available to me. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. If you
Well,
just
we
give me
wanna
an
use
email,
the
I can have
right
somebody get it to you.
process.
Can you just
We
have
wanna
the
use
officer
right
come in?
process, okay?
Have
Yeah, no,
Mr.
I will.
Constantine come in.
I will. I just thought
This
this
is how it's always
will-
been done. This is how it's always been done. Nothing different than anybody else.
You're right.
Hey,
I
we've been
accept.
off the record for a couple minutes now.
Okay,
Just
we'll be
FYI.
back at 11:05.
No
See y'all
problem.
then.
Thank you.
I'll be waiting to talk to the officer.
Yep, I'm about to grab him right now. Hey. So, they want to talk to you about getting email, to transfer these two documents over. I tried to get the email address. I was gonna go through counselor in here, but they don't want me having that much access, so we're gonna go through their way. I know, I just try to make it easier. I made it easier. I try to make it easier. Trying to. I can only do what I do.
Hi there, this is Kaylin
Hello.
here.
Okay.
I don't know if there's even staff in the records office now that would be able to scan that to me.
Karen Damgard's in there right now.
Oh, yeah, I know her. Would you see if she'd be willing to do that? And could you check and see if any of those pages are double-sided or if they're just single-sided?
Okay. Yeah, we have one double-sided and one single-sided document.
Yeah.
You'd like her to scan it
This
in
would
the
be
email? And then
Yeah,
send it to
so
you?
it's a total of 3 pages, right?
The single double-sided and then a single
Yeah,
single-sided.
so 3 pages.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so
I just
you'd
want to
like her
know, Yeah, scan and email to me. She should have my email
you?
under Kim
Okay.
Coons. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
She just take her a minute, so that would
Yeah.
be great.
Yep, just a moment.
I'll let you know if I get them.
So Mr. Clardy, we just got your documents, so give us a
Hey.
minute or two to read those, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Clardy, thank you so much for getting us these documents. So we're back on the record. So for purposes of the record, we're going to add, are you moving to have these added as exhibits in your case?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So we are going to add as an exhibit a letter dated December 24th, 2024 from Department of Administrative Services regarding a tort claim that you filed March 7th of 2024. The response was December 24th, 2024, and it's a letter responding to your tort claim. And in that tort claim, it was regarding two claims that you made. They did deny both, but we are accepting this letter as an exhibit. And then you also submitted a document from Dual Diagnosis Anonymous. And that's a 2-page document that appears to have not only contact information, the purpose of Dual Diagnosis Anonymous, and then also sort of affirmations, daily things to remind yourself called Just for Today, which is reminiscent of other 12-step programs. They have books called Just for Today that have daily affirmations in them. Okay, so we will accept that as well into the record. It is 2 pages. Okay, thank you very much for getting those to us. I appreciate it.
No problem.
So we're back on the record. And so I'm going to tell you, I don't have, because I was on your hearing previously, I don't have any questions about the crime itself or your criminal history. I don't believe that Ms. Kuklinski has any questions, but I'll let her put that on the record. And I'll check in with Ms. Brooks, though, to see if there were any questions regarding your criminal history or the crime that she had.
Oh, my apologies. You know, I don't think I have many questions on this point, just because it was pretty thoroughly covered in the psychological evaluations. And so I don't think I have any specific questions. And did Ms. Kuklinski, did you want to put that you don't have any questions on the record as well?
Yeah, I don't have any questions on this topic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both.
I like
oh,
I would
Yeah.
like to add. I would like to add. So, based on my criminal record, first of all, I'm sorry for even having us in this situation. I could blame everybody else in DOC and everybody else for what's going on, but it's only a part of what my life has been, and I'm only responsible for my wrongs, and so I'm sorry again to the victims, Stephanie, for even Thomas, and then also the other victims who are unspoken for, who one day will have their day, and I would also, like I said, with that exhibit, we talk about that my history determined that I was a dangerous offender because of my history, and which is why I was sentenced to what I was sentenced to, and the amount of time I was sentenced to. And I'm trying in every resource to get the best out of me, so I not even fall back to that. And as you can see, though you hear BHS write notes talking about they're doing stuff for me, I'm just trying to explain to you that that's a cover-up for them not actually diagnosing me with the severity to address the situation at hand. Though you might think the appointments are enough, it's not what a person with severe mental health gets to help out the resources. So if we're talking about past histories and things of that nature, that was all in combination based off of what I got a dangerous offender for, saying that I'm a threat because I constantly keep committing crimes. I constantly, based off of my threats toward my mental health. And I just wanted to let the record reflect that the risk management their self acknowledges that they do not do nothing for this dangerous offender statute. So therefore, I have to create my own whim of things unless the parole board is going to let me out there and give me their resources.
So I'm just going to tell you, I did read the letter. Okay. I don't know I haven't seen the actual tort claim that you filed, which would actually give this letter context. But I'm not sure they're saying what you're asserting, because I don't know the context or the actual claim. I think what they're saying is they're not bound by a court order, that they do their own assessment. And a legal determination can be and often is different than a psychological finding. So I'm not sure they're saying they don't provide services. I think they're not in agreement with what you're asserting.
The reason why The reason why you can't correlate the two is you're correct. You don't have my document, the other document that I gave, but my document specifically said under Oregon law 421.155, any dangerous offender that sentence under dangerous offender must be treated and observed physically, mentally, and psychologically. In their response, they say BHS does not provide services based upon court rulings or offender status. So what they're saying is that ruling does not matter, that statute does not matter because we do not provide them services.
Mm.
Well, you know who does provide them services? Y'all. Can I get them services? Because they're not going to give it to me. Either that, or I have to do, or either that, or I have to do a deliberate indifference claim for a class action and involve everybody and force it out that way, which is unfortunate because this is what the law says. If you're going to send us here and say
you're going to do a class action against BHS or against the board,
yeah, most
or
definitely,
what do you
because it'd be an 88 claim, and the state is not immune from 88 claims. So BHS would have to get that immunity off of them based off of 88 claim, because what you're saying is you're being deliberate indifference to this issue. This is what they said. The jury came up with this determination, which the court upheld. Calisco was the one that determined that I suffer from this to get me this. All throughout the dangerous offender statute talks about mental health. Even the reason how you let me go says, hey, I can still be dangerous, but as long as mental health services are provided and parole is provided, I can still be out there. It's all in the context of what a dangerous offender is about. And if I can't get these resources at the adequate and effective manner, if you think me just going there and them not taking, again, if I do not have a severe issue, they're not going to address me in a severe manner. We're not going to, how we say, some patients need more, and I won't say attention, but more pay attention to details. Maybe that might make more sense. There's more like mess ups that we have to turn and fix and things of that nature, and if you're not going to pay attention to that, then how does he go about it? Do it himself? It reminds me of me living my juvenile life all over again, living life on life's terms by trying to figure out what works. You ever seen that little game with the puzzles where you have that when you do the psych test, they give you the puzzle pieces and you got to put them inside the squares and some won't fit that way that you put in? That's how my life, I feel, is right now. I am trying to put puzzle pieces into puzzles that I cannot get the assistance with right now because DOC won't acknowledge the founding of why I'm in here for.
Well, let me ask you this. You keep saying that if we
Yes.
release you,
Facts.
and you made this argument last time, that
Yes.
if we release you, you will get services specific to your finding as a DO that you're not getting.
No, not my
What-
finding. Not my
what-
finding.
Not your
Y'all
finding, but
y'all findings.
you-
I'm going off
so-
of y'all evaluations.
you've been
I'm
found
not
by
a
the
doctor.
court.
Yes.
We are not gonna relitigate the court's findings. We're not gonna
I'm not
relitigate
saying
that.
that. I'm not
That's
saying
not our
that.
purview.
So I'm talking about the
what
doctors.
is it you think you would get on parole or post-prison supervision? What kind of services do you think you would get that would be different than mental health counseling, DBT counseling, those sorts of things? What would be different?
The acknowledgement in the first place. Like you won't work as hard if you don't know, like, how do you explain it? Like, if the person doesn't know where they're supposed to do, then how are they supposed to take care of it? So in this scenario, let's say a person who has a severe mental health disorder right now, he's getting MH3. MH3 consists of anywhere between daily counseling to going to little peer companion groups. I won't call them little, but peer companion groups. All these, there's this, what else? Day rooms, things of that nature, working programs besides just DBT. They have other DBT programs, not DBT program, BHS housing, all these different programs that they do every single day. I'm not, I do not fit them criteria under their, because because under their definition, which if you see the record, I gave this to you guys before, it's in my old package from VHS saying you do not suffer from a severe mental health disorder. So we're not going to give you them services. But out there, they're going to give that to you. They're going to take the Northwest. One thing I can tell you, one thing for certain, two things for sure. The Northwest Clinic, whoever evaluates me, if I get another one when I get out there, or this one right here, is going to take that evaluation and is going to present it to the other Northwest Clinic counselors and things of that nature. And they're going to devise a program for me that's effective for that specific diagnosis. But if these people don't even acknowledge that diagnosis, how can I go that way? Yours will. These people won't.
So I don't think we're going to agree on this, because
All right.
I think you could, even without them saying that they agree with you, you could go to therapy. You could go to DBT.
I do go to
you
therapy.
Could
I do
get
go to therapy.
something.
Let's not make it seem like I don't go to therapy.
I'm talking about organized talk therapy with a BHS counselor. You could be doing that,
not with this
but
one.
you are choosing not to do that.
Yes, because
So-
it counterbalances my whole issue. I am a person, and we just have to accept me for what I am. I'm a person with flaws. One of my flaws is I can't sit there and talk with a person about my biggest and darkest secrets, my pains, my hurts, and things of that nature, if you can't even acknowledge what we're in there in the first place for.
Well,
To
here's where
address
I
a severe
guess.
mental health disorder.
So just take the name out of it. You
I
could still
can't.
be
That's what
doing
I'm
the
here
work.
for.
You
I-
could.
I'm doing the.
You're
That's what makes me
choosing
so
not to,
frustrated. Am I
right?
not doing the work? Am
You're
I not
choosing
doing
not
the work?
to.
Am I not doing the work?
Well, you're not doing the therapy, no. And you're not
All
doing
right.
the DBT, no. You're not. You are doing other things that you find helpful, and I hear
That
what
do
those
work.
things are.
Are they working?
Well, I don't know. And I guess I'm concerned, you know.
I'm a level
when
2.
we look,
I'm a level 2. I'm not in the hole. I'm about to get my level 3. I own a successful, active business. I'm helping the community out with service work all day, and I still have enough time to worry about self. What is wrong with what I'm doing right now?
well, so what do you think would be different about your therapy when you get out? I mean, what is
'Cause I
being
could-
recommended is individual therapy. Say you got
Yes.
out. Let's look at what the doctor recommends.
Yes.
Mental health therapy.
Fact.
Okay, that's being offered to you now. Group-based therapy interventions, such as thinking for change and moral recognition therapy, which are also cognitive behavioral interventions, similar to DBT. So you could be doing those things now.
So my question to you is, you want a person to, this is if we're getting this clear, you want a person who won't acknowledge what I'm in here for, to evaluate me and help me move on a path that's less dangerous or non-dangerous at all, or in remission, to be successful in society. Somebody who I cannot connect with. I'm telling you, I cannot connect with people who are faking to get by. I cannot get along with people who are just trying to collect a check on my time. I cannot tell you my deepest and darkest emotional secrets. And we should know this, as mental health counselors are people who take in the grunt of another person's life. But you have to open up that trust barrier. I'm supposed to trust a person who says, hey, he needs to be here for this whole time because he is a threat because of his severe mental health disorder. And the person who's supposed to be there and talking with me and helping me through this process doesn't acknowledge that. And a law says a statute says they're supposed to do that. Me personally, I can't do nothing other than do what I do.
Okay.
Bypass that negative energy who doesn't want to do their job, and find out put up my barrier. Boom, this is a trigger. Let me stay away from that because it's going to make me just upset. Until the meantime that I'm allowed to get around a better mental health counselor who will acknowledge the wrongs that I have going on. Until then, I will do other things that are going to help me be successful, like making my level 3, staying out the hole, doing my time that a person in here is supposed to do their time, help the community, be zen, keep my good energy how it is. I'm not going to, me personally, go in there with this person who's not going to acknowledge this or a system who doesn't. The only other option I have, really, to be honest, is do a class action and then open this thing all the way up, because nobody has ever did that yet. You know that? Nobody has never did a class action for a deliberate indifference claim on this issue. Go look up 421.155. They're required to do that, and they're not doing their job. They're not, because they won't acknowledge it. I got the paperwork for you. I've given you the paperwork. They won't acknowledge it. So what do you want me to do? Create this program that I am creating that's keeping me out of trouble? Yes, I have mishaps. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. I felt that I went through a grief period. But in that time being, guess what? I've created a program that works. That's nothing in here says anything about BHS. And this is what I'm doing, and it's working. But I promise you, it's not the end of be all. Me personally, even with you or without you, I'm going to get a mental health counselor so I can address deeper issues that I have. But I can't address deeper issues I have with somebody I can't even trust. If you can, I'm sorry. That's how you live your life, and I'm not going to say it's wrong or right. That's what you choose to be, and that's you. Just like with me playing basketball with trans, I'm not pushing people to say what you live your life. If you want to be a female, that's what you want to do. That's cool. That's you. Me, I'm walking my own journey that works for me and my higher power. And so I can't go into a place that's something I cannot trust. I have too many layers of pain and being disappointed with people who let me down to open up to somebody who won't even address the first issue at hand. Do your job.
So I'm going to try this one more way.
That says that.
So you've been doing 12-step programs for how long? 12 years?
I've been doing it. No.
You said, how long have you been doing it?
8 years. 8 years.
Okay, 8 years.
9, about to be 9.
Okay, almost 9 years.
Yeah.
There's a saying, is there not, in 12-step programs?
Yeah.
Essentially saying, take what you can and then leave the rest. Like, get what you can out of it. Like, not everything you're going to hear is going to apply to you in a 12-step program, but you're going to take what is valuable to you and you're going to leave the rest. So this was my point about.
I'm not going to put myself in that situation.
Okay. Well, we're going to just kind of be in the.
No, I said I'm not going to put myself in that situation because, listen, first of all, if you want to use 12 steps, the first step is acknowledge. The acknowledgement. I can't acknowledge somebody if they can't acknowledge themselves. And I guess I'm going to be wrong and y'all going to flop me for the rest of my life until I beat this appeal, because I cannot accept somebody who's going to do my therapy and help me become a better person who won't even do their job effectively all the way to the max that they're supposed to by giving me all the services available. Don't deny me the services available. There's things in here I can't even go just because I got a Pimp case. There's places I can't even venture into because of this case I have. But I still maintain and figure out other things of try to be positive and go forward. But again, me personally, I cannot open up this pain that I go through with a psychologist who won't even acknowledge what I'm in here for in the first place. That's just me. Now, if I get flopped for every single time, I'm sorry, and maybe I'm just never going to get it with the judicial system in this, not the judicial system, the department system in this avenue. But me personally, a psychological is a safe place, a safe zone, a safe place that you're supposed to go there and have comfort in. That's a boundary that you're supposed to set up, that anytime you feel like your comfort zone is being violated. My comfort zone is being violated when I'm sitting here for a 25-year sentence saying that I suffer from a severe personality disorder based off of a mental health disorder, and I can't get services for it. But the statutes of Oregon say you're supposed to give me these services. What, counseling? You don't give me that type of counseling that you would give somebody with a severe. That's what the thing that I have a problem with is you see it, but you don't see it because they cover it up by saying, oh, we're doing this for him. We're doing this for him. But that's for the low standard people. User Fusa has convinced and the people to say, hey, and Mike convinced me as well. Hey, this person right here, this dude is dangerous and he has problems mentally. So now I'm like, you know what? I got problems. I got to get out my vulnerable stages to address these problems. You want me to address it with somebody who can't even acknowledge that I have these problems? That's going to be impossible for me to ever get past that one. Then I hope I hope the Department of Correction out there, post-prison supervision and the parole board are not allowing supervision out there with counselors, therapists who do not have the relatability factor.
Okay.
You can't have the relatability. That's why I love NA and AA. That's why I love this dual diagnosis therapy. That's why I like the program that I have been working on that's helping me. Everybody I can at least relate with. They're not going to say, oh, I didn't never do meth. You did meth. And I can't make fun of you because I've done it as well. You have a relatability factor with me. The peer support that I've put in here that I showed you about, the Katie's and all of them, I relate with them. It's hard for me to open up to a person I can't relate with when you can't even relate with me by even acknowledging I'm in here for this.
Okay. So that actually segues nicely into, let's talk about your programming. So since our last hearing together 2 years ago,
yes,
I see that you've done NA and AA. Sounds like you've been going consistently. And you're doing religious services.
always.
What other programs that are offered have you participated in?
That's offered. 400 wise or just what is out here?
Just, well, other than
there's
your
some
own
things that-
program of talking with friends, running and going to religious services, what programming have you engaged in?
Just the community programs is like going to art galleries, supporting the other clubs with their endearance. So the art gallery show out they had a thing, oh man, endless. They had a Dakota sweat lodges. I go to that a lot more now. I sweat and smudges. For my grandma on her Blackfeet side. Just more so just events that they bring up that I go to, just participate in the community, like basketball, softballs, sports, a lot of sporting events, religious services, all the church services, it seems like, from helping baptisms to just attending services that we have to support it. What other programs do they have? A lot of it's limited because again, I don't meet the criteria that everybody else has. So, and it's a lot of them I'm limited as well too because sex events. So some of them things are not available here, which doesn't make any sense because they'll be available on the streets. But hey,
how often are you doing NA and AA? I thought that I saw it was around 5 times per week. Is that accurate?
Monday is AA. Tuesday is NA in the afternoon. Friday is NA sponsorship. Saturday is vice versa. It switches off from NA to AA. That's what one of my schedules look like.
Okay. And
I'm in the yoga therapy now. So I participate in the yoga class and I participate in the Tai Chi class as well. I try something new. See if Tai Chi gets a little.
Good for you. I hear that's a really great I hear Tai Chi is really good. Everything I've heard about it. So
It's
are
hard
you,
as
do you,
hell.
yeah, I
It's
hear
hard
that.
as
It
hell.
looks like it would be easy, but it's not.
No, whoever told you that,
Um,
that's good for them. It's hard as hell, but I'm working it. I almost quit like 5 times.
do you it look to me like you have a sponsor? Is that right? Or
Yeah,
no?
yes, Kenny.
Okay. Um, so you have a sponsor who's outside of the institution, not somebody inside.
Yeah,
Okay.
I sponsor people though, but I moved
Okay.
up with Kenny. I like Kenny because he's a direct communicator. I don't really like gray areas. I like black and white. Let's get to it. 4 corners of the wall argument type of person. I'm a constitutionalist. You could say, some people might say, and I like what the rules say, and that's that. Other than that, like you can miss me with all that.
Okay.
Dungeons and Dragons. I don't really do that, but
So
to each his own.
this really goes into your plan as well. So I'm curious, you've been doing all this work around sobriety. You've got a good chunk of clean time, which is great. You've got a sponsor, you're doing the steps. Have you talked with Ketty about your ideas for a medical marijuana card and microdosing
Yeah.
and because that
He
is
said
concerning
so he's
for
not
me.
for it, but there's other members that say, hey, you know what? Sometimes it's hard to address your deepest and darkest like pains that you went through. And if like, that's why I also like the dual diagnosis theory, because if you it says, just for today I will remain clean and sober, and if I am taking medications, I will do so as prescribed. That's
Mhm.
why I kind of like mixture a lot of things together, but me and the dual diagnosis is kind of getting along a little better because it has the 12-step backing, but it kind of has a little twist to it where I feel more relatable to it. And so like I don't think it's bad for people to do controlled substance that are prescribed, that's going to help them in their venture, their journey, their life, their state of mind, that keeps them where it opens. Like I'm hearing like that they don't call it shrooms, but the little shroom thing that they got going on out there with that they just legalize or
Yeah.
whatever. That right there, they say they do it for depression. I really want to try that. I gotta get this depression out some way. And I can't wait to see it. I'm gonna videotape it. I'm probably gonna have the ugliest crying face ever. I probably, because I know there's stuff inside. Like if you just like certain topics that you touch, that I'll well up, but I pull it back and not let it all out. But I know when I finally let it all out, it's gonna look ugly.
Mm-hmm. So I guess, Dr. Stoop specifically identifies any use of controlled substances as a risk factor for you. So
Yeah.
how do you think that fits with your
Because
plan to
they're
have
determining a lot of my stuff off of my youth, my juvenile aspects, the uncontrol of just doing it because others were doing it, not for prescription wise or for modern doses or for managing to figure out how you're going to fix the problem. You know what I mean? Everything is off of party drugs or based off of how you're going to kick it and do this like that. That's what all that backing is about.
well,
So that
let's take
I
the
believe that's
psilocybin, mushrooms out of it. Tell me about, why do you think it would be helpful to have a medical marijuana card? Why do you think that would be beneficial to you?
I think it would, that treadmill that we talked about, the Chihuahua.
Yeah.
I think it would slow that Chihuahua that's inside of me down. It
Mm-hmm.
allows me to function a lot better. It's like I move 1,000 miles per hour, which is why my mouth goes off when I react. It's you just it comes out, and I think about it later, and I'm tired of thinking about it later. And I think that's another tool, a resource out there that's provided that will help you with that. I've done the others. So I want to say this. A lot of the stuff that I'm excluding out of my program are things because I've already done the service for them. You remember we did psych medications before. It didn't work. Psych medications made it worse. You didn't see my last, 30 some years of my life? That didn't help. I tend to not like doing the same thing that's going to cause and affect the same problem. And this is one. So I believe from seeing from studies, I believe from just from what doctors have said, this might be the one. That it could be completely, a bull, you know what I mean? But I want to figure out what is that deep pain inside of me that I can't touch by myself.
So, the thing is with the medical marijuana card,
yeah,
it's not like you're going to get a dose. Like,
no,
take
it's a
this
mood
much
stabilizer.
each day.
It's a
right?
mood stabilizer.
So how are you, a person in recovery, gonna manage your use of marijuana?
Because I never really did things in big doses. Thing about it is, like, even when I did drugs, I never actually really abused them. Like, you didn't see me there with a sack of big things and just snorting every single day. I did it in spurts, you know what I mean? If you want to be technical, my addiction really is not on the drug itself. My addiction was on the lifestyle. That's where my addiction really came from. Like, when I did meth, I didn't do meth because I liked it. Meth is stupid. I did meth because I was trying to stay awake so I could sell drugs. That's it. It was the cause and effect of that. I did, so things like that. I drank. Man, you ain't gonna catch a drink from me forever. Literally, like, I drank like that as a football, basketball kid in high school. But as when I went to the feds, I drank a little then. When I actually stopped, like when I was on the streets, I really didn't drink. This last case, it's not too many toxic days. But alcohol was the reason why I reacted the way I did. I wasn't intoxicated. I don't really like alcohol. It's a downer to me. I don't like downers. I like mood stabilizers, you know what I mean? Things that keep me going, like I can focus. I'll give you another one, coffee. Coffee right there. Coffee keeps me going. Coffee
Me
can
too.
keep I think a lot of us too. Some might call that a drug though.
Fun, I suppose. It's not
So,
a controlled substance, and
It's not. You completely right.
intoxicating.
You completely right about that. But you might as well call it control. Hey, the way, listen, I see some. You tell a DHS dude in here right now about that. See what they say. But in saying that, that's. I just believe I know that there is a deeper me that I want to touch, and I can't do it on my own. And I know that there's resources out there that can. In the time being, I'm just trying to maintain and do as best as I can, knowing that I'm not going to be perfect in every day, and it's going to be hard. But I'm trying to craft to make them, handling harder better, like I said earlier. So that's what my assumption of that. It might just be a complete dud, but I don't believe me personally it's going to get me in addiction because I'm done with hustling. So a lot of the aspects of drugs in that avenue is done anyway. Cool, like.
Okay.
So that's out of my way anyway. My hustling now is legal. Doing legal, that's one of my biggest hustles. I love and it's not even just getting money from it. It's just the grit and grind of discovery. And some people hate that. I love it. I love it. Finding evidence and you be like, hey, gotcha. I love it.
I know you do. Okay, I'm going to check in with Ms. Brooks. Ms. Brooks, do you have any questions about programming?
I have just a couple of quick questions. I noticed that you are a facilitator of, I think it's AA. Is that right?
Yeah, I try to help out.
So I tell me what exactly that means to facilitate and how long you've been doing that.
Depends on what day it is. So I'm branching in both NAAA, like we talked about. So when I show up, it don't matter which one it is. I'm kind of recognized for either one. So it's just depending on what they need that day. I try to not overbearing the whole service. I try to make sure that everybody gets a chance to, do support work as well. So we have a chairman. If no other chairman is available, I'll chair it. We have people who go for the money who don't really like doing CD28s to keep it donated. I try to help out in that field a lot more because, keep it running. We're self-supported. So That's one. Checking in, handing out desserts, helping elders, any helping the outside guests that come in and public servitory, just whatever, with book work, sponsorship, just whichever way is needed that day and sometimes that week. So, and it's not, though I set them days as being days that we have in NAA, every day is an NAA day. Once you become part of the group, there's always going to be a day that somebody needs your help or you need their help. And so if wherever I can help, like for example, Saturday we were supposed to have AA, but the institution got locked down because the Southsiders stabbed the CO, and then all this crazy stuff was going on. And so they said no NA, no meeting. So what I did is I grabbed our cinnamon rolls and I just started passing out to the whole institution as much as we can. And then telling them a good word, like, hey, do something good for somebody. Because them things were going to go stale. A lot of people only come to NAA for the sweets anyway. But even though they only come for that, hopefully they get a good message from that. And actually open it up, because a few people thanked me for that. I don't really care, but I just used it as a scenario because like that day was my day to do service work in the eyes of NA and AA. This is how you serve others, even people who are not even directly on the list or in the group. You never know that they might be here next week now because of it. Who knows? So that's why. Those are the things I do.
Okay. Well, I want to say that it's very obvious that you've done a lot of good work and that you're very committed to AA and NA, and I think that's really commendable. I was curious, I looked at your list of programming. Have you ever done any programming that is specific to domestic violence?
So, this got me so mad. I'm gonna cuss them out as soon as I get in here too. So the last domestic violence thing that they had is they're starting it up again. So they had anger management, which was Friday at church service. Wow, we had that. But the closest domestic violence one we have is one that just can't. Well, the lady that's in it's certified for domestic violence, but the class she's doing, this is what they're telling me, the class that they're doing right now is not technically domestic violence. Now, when they announced this, the first thing I said is, hey, sign me up. Of course, that's what my case is about. This is what my case is about. This is something I need to be addressing. Okay. Well, a lot of things like programming go here, and this is another reason why it'd be a lot easier out there in the world, is you don't get them programmings like that on first glance. First of all, you get the people who already have their friends on the list to go on it first, and then you get that first wave. So as of right now, I'm on the list for the next one that comes up, but I didn't get to make the first one because I don't fit the cool guy list. So I got to wait for the next round. Yeah, unfortunately, prisoners are still here and they get to make the list. So,
what I'm just curious, what was the class called? You said it wasn't like technically a DV program.
It was through the Restorative Justice people activity floor, but they had some different people coming in. So I do not know the technical name because it was just it was like, because when they told me, I was like, hold on, bro, you telling me you have somebody here licensed for DV? I don't even care what the class is. Let me get in there. That's an instructor who, if I go in front of this, I might learn a couple of things about their trade. Right. It's going to, like you said earlier, they said earlier was that you might take everything in, but you like some of the stuff. That was something like, it might not be everything in there I like or works for me, but you doing something about domestic violence, and that's something I have a problem with. So somewhere we might catch some fire somewhere. And but again, like I said, I'm signing up for that program, but I'm not on the first wave of it.
Okay. Well,
and that's why I said I'm gonna cuss him out, because I told him, I said, look, you don't think the board with my case wants to hear me in some type of class like that?
Well, no need to cuss them out, but I am glad to hear that this is something that you're interested in and that you have that you're on the wait list for. I think that's great. And I think recognizing that that's a part of your crimes and that that's an issue is really positive. So I don't have any other questions.
To follow up on that, I will give you if you look on page 12 of my release plan,
Yeah.
that's one of the things that I'm going to do out there in the free world as number 3 is domestic violence and sex trafficking meetings. That's something because they don't have that here.
Okay, hang on, I'm just pulling it up. Yes, I saw that. Which is right, and we do understand that obviously you're limited in what you have access to.
I can identify my problems. There's a lot of them. Let's just keep it real. There's a lot of problems I defend. Let's take one at a time though, and let's talk about the main ones. All right, I've committed a lot of crimes based on women and violence. All right. Damn, that's domestic violence. Let's talk about that. My current charge right now is sex, is prostitution and compelling. All right, let's talk about sex trafficking. Is that available? Blah, blah, blah. But it's not available in here. That's why I said out there is better. But in saying that, I do identify that these are things that I want to address.
Right.
Period, point blank.
No, and I read that in your plan, and I just pulled it up again. And we do appreciate that you identify these as issues that do need to be addressed, whether in DOC or upon release.
That's why I also said counseling later on is further to add on that, counseling.
Right.
I know when I get out, I'm going to utilize the counseling to first address me. But I also know that there's a lot of sub counseling that I need to do. Sub family counseling, relationship counseling, at-risk youth counseling. There's a bunch of titles of counseling that I have to do. I gotta take them one at a time, but there are certain individuals out there that can help me address even more that specialize in that area. So I say I agree with the Northwest people because I've dealt with them before when I was in the federal penitentiary. I had some of the greatest counselors out there in the Northwest, but at the same time, I was also a juvenile who didn't care, who was running around the world doing what he wanted to do and wouldn't show up for appointments. So that's another issue that I had at hand. So, but that's why I pointed that out because I get it. These are some things that I need to address.
So
I know. Yeah.
I know that this is something that's been talked about in previous hearings, but I was not present at previous hearings. So you do mention, sex trafficking meetings as something that you're interested in. How do you feel about, sex offender programming generally, if that is something that you are ordered to do?
I'm going to do it with a challenge. I'm going to do what they tell me to do, but I still will appeal it just because I personally can show that I do not fit all the characters of what sex offender. We can agree that there's different types and character classifications of sex offenders. I think one that gets so far past is the one that I had with Marshanique. I had a DV with Marshanique that was instead manipulated because of my childhood of taking a plea offer of coercion. I was specifically told that my coercion would not be any type of sex offense charge, or I would have never took it in the first place. I put my hand on Marshanique and hurt her. I never raped her. I never saw her. I never did no sexual activities to her. But because of being a youth and not knowing, I took this deal. In fact, there was also a polygraph test taken and passed showing I didn't do that. There was also a rape kit shown that I passed that didn't show that. These type of things, I can present that evidence to my counselor, to my PO or to the board itself and show them, hey, listen, these things don't fit me. So holding me away from seeing my nieces and nephew, I ain't got nothing to do with touching on kids. So there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to go see my nieces and nephews who I haven't dealt with, or go to a park where I want to go do some burpees at or work out or play basketball and I can't go to because you got kids there. It's like these don't fit the criteria of actually what I actually have committed. Initially, we could say that. Initially, I did have a rape and a sex. Them got dismissed when we took a plea offer for that. Had I known what I know now, I would have just took us all three. I would have known the arguments and I would have got that, and then we wouldn't even have the scenario. Again, I put my hands on Marshanique. I hit her with a belt. I fucked up. I messed up. And I can't say more of that, but I believe, like I said, in the conditions, I believe there's some conditions that don't fit my personality or me, you know what I mean? So let's address the issue as at hand. I don't have no issues with kids. I don't have no issues with really actually raping people or things of that nature, because even if you look at this, though the underlying charge was that, I'm passing polygraphs about this. Rape kits were denied about that. This really didn't happen. But if that's what initially it takes, I know how to play the longer game, as you can tell in the Court of Appeals shit. Excuse my language. Yes, you're gonna give me that package, but does not mean that I cannot petition to say some of these things I don't believe fit me. Can we fix that to adjust it and modify it to what actually is going to work to help me? That also goes for just even regular conditions as well, though. There's some of the conditions that don't even matter, that don't fit me, that would actually, because you see it all the time. For example, one of the first conditions that they give you a general is a curfew. A person deals with that. I always
Well,
had a curfew.
It's part of the.
Yeah.
It's part of the sex offender package. Yes.
No, I'm saying let's take away the sex offender part, and let's just say in general, conditions continue. There's some conditions that are standard. Like I've always had curfew when I got out, right?
Okay.
But in time, I might get a job that is a later job. A reasonable PO might say, hey, this condition doesn't matter no more because you have a job at that time. Let's modify your conditions to something that actually fits you better. And so I understand the role of modification. Though you might think this for now, stand there, let me object, and let me show you why we can work a better program than just putting me on all this crazy stuff, and we can just simplify your caseload.
You're totally right that yes, POs do have, some latitude to modify how conditions are enforced or what conditions are enforced. But at the same time, a lot of that has to do with trust and, developing a good relationship. And I
want to
there may
develop
be
that
times
relationship.
where
That's why I'm
you
at here right now. But that's why I'm here right now talking with y'all, because I want to develop that relationship. I'm over this. I'm sorry for what I did. These people do not want to give me I know we have different ways we live it. I believe these people, let's make I statements. I can't think for everybody. I believe that they do not want to address the danger offender because it's going to be too cost efficient. Personally, that's what I believe. BHS, and so therefore they pull back on all the dangerous offenders, and not just me. But in saying that, I do want to establish a relationship with the parole board, because ultimately, I tell you guys, it's like the cartoon Tom and Jerry. When you remember Jerry used to always have the birds, the devil and the angel on one arm and the other. I at one point didn't want to come back to this. I was like, I'm not going to the parole board. I'll see y'all on appeal. Man, that's what was in my head. Like, man, what? I'm gonna go on my Hurricane Carter. I do not need you to get back out there. But that was the selfish, that was the anger, that was the frustration with the system, the denying me and neglecting me my whole life. But then I had to think about, damn, DLC and the parole board and the state, they got major resources that could help you transition back into society, though. They do. Let me not take everything away from them. All right, so now I start thinking reasonable. All right, you know what? And that's why I showed up. Yeah. You want to be honest? Like, I didn't want to show up to this because I was hurt last time. I've been talking to 20 billion, not 20 billion people, but like 4 or 5 who my cast member who I could talk to, peer companion people, about how I feel about this. How should I go in there today? How should I go in there? Should I just tell them about themselves and be like, hey, you know what? I'm tired of y'all. Stop calling me. Stop calling me. I'll see you in court, and then we'll do that. But at the same time, I'm like, bro, you always isolate. You always choose that. Don't put your hand out because you've been hurt. All right, let me just shoot the parole board again. I'm not perfect. I mess up. I'm trying to establish a relationship, a positive, productive relationship, not only with my community, but through my PO, through the parole board, through the society. Allow me to get out there and say, you know what? Hey, he messed up. He's a fuck up, but he changed. He realized it. It took 100-year sentence though. And sorry to laugh about that. It took a severe little slap on the butt, right? But but yeah, he got that whipping. He realized, you know what? He ain't gonna be
Cool.
perfect. He ain't gonna be perfect, but at least he's making more than he did before. Because I promise you, if you go look at my track record, I never established a relationship with my POs. I never
Right.
established a relationship with none of the system. My first go-to every single time, to have a trigger as the abuse of authority, right? I first
Right.
have to have a issue with authority in the first place. And so
Right,
that's where that
absolutely.
that's where that trigger comes from. So for me to open up to a PO in the first place, I think I'm making massive changes because before I don't need no PO. Again, let's say this. If you
Well,
look at Evans versus New, I'm gone. But how good is that when I can utilize the state system and their resources and their examples of other people who have went through them and are successfully out there? The Kunos, the Coonleys, the Pitts, all these people who are getting these opportunities to change out there and be good in society out there. Let me try to figure out their program because something's working out there. Some ain't always working, but some who I've been around is working for. Let me go ride that wave with them. There's a
well,
society of people out there that this can work with. So that's what
well,
I look at.
I want to say that I can only imagine how stressful this process is. So we're
Well,
really glad that you're here today. And
I see.
I can only imagine. And truly, we're glad you're here. We're glad to see you. And I also do want to note that we recognize things like the fact that you have built these really strong relationships with, your institutional counselors and things like that. I think that's a really positive thing. So the fact that you recognize the importance of that relationship with your PO is really important. I don't have any other questions on the topic of programming. I will turn it over to Ms. Kuklinski to see if she has any questions.
I do not. You guys have done a lot of asking questions, and Mr. Clardy, you've done a lot of answering those questions and kind of providing even additional information. So I don't have questions, any further questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So we have two more topics. Okay. So we have the
Alright.
psychological evaluation. And then we have the release planning. So we've talked kind of like, I feel like release planning's kind of been woven in and out through the whole conversation. But I mean, I think I will have some, let me see if I still have any specific questions about release planning, because I feel like we've talked a lot about it. Yeah, so I'm just going to say, based on everything we've discussed and all the topics, we've kind of talked about everything I'm going to talk about release planning. However, and I thought, you wrote out a release plan, that listed your resource and that. So that's super helpful for us to have. So I know you've read the psychological evaluation. So what do you have initial thoughts you want to give us about that evaluation, or kind of what did you think about the experience?
The truth?
Uh-huh.
The truth?
Yeah.
I ain't read it. I ain't read it.
Oh, you didn't read it. Okay.
I ain't read it. Because it's
Why
like,
not? Why didn't you
I'm
read
over it. I am over it. I know I got problems.
Okay.
I get it. I know I
Yeah.
got problems. And guess what? I can't get them problems fixed like that evaluation wants me to get it fixed
Mhm.
without the proper resources. Period.
Okay.
I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm gonna keep doing what I can do to keep me having good behavior and out of the way and as many DR free as I can. But I can only do what I got in my waistband. I can only utilize the tools that I've learned and what I have gotten. Like you said, take some and take some away. But at the end of the day, like, there are better resources for me out there to address the internal problems I fight with on a daily. And they're not in here. And they're not
Right.
gonna be in here because of financial issues. And just because of that, they're not going to acknowledge dangerous offenders suffering from any severe mental health disorder. It's not just me. There's several other people I could tell. Shane Shamans, the Shamuts, the I can give you names for days. They're not going to acknowledge it. It's cost sufficient. Somebody, when they created that, had a great idea, but didn't think about it. I give you a prime example. It's like when you see political talk and they like, oh, I need to be the new AG because this reason and this, I can do this, that, and that, and other. But then you hear the next person like, all right, that sounds like some great ideas. Where are you gonna get the money from?
Well,
you got some great ideas, but where are you gonna get the money from?
Can I
Like,
ask you something? So
yes.
you said you didn't read the psych eval.
Yes.
Did you read the packet we sent in general?
Yes. Just the things that, like, y'all words. I mean, so let me take that back. I didn't read all the like the point, the R ones and all them little things over that. I read the conclusions. I did it like case law. I read the beginning and the conclusion. I read it like a case law. What do you, and so I won't say I read everything about like the every point for this and this a point for that. I didn't get into all that. I just read like, what are you saying my diagnosis is?
Okay.
And what do you think that I need to help me? And what are the comparisons that would be more beneficial if I were released? Like the resources, what I should do if I was released, like the what if factor.
Okay.
But as far as like all the like extra points and things of that nature, that's just, I'm not a doctor, though I could play one on TV. No, I just had a joke. I'm sorry.
So no, I got it. I got the joke.
No, but that's why I say that. I just say that because like, I don't know. I realize that I've come to a place that I'm not a doctor. And if that's not there, I can only take care of like, it's kind of like you have multiple plugs on a boat that's about to sink. And you only got multiple hands and fingers to stop it. You need the help from others, which I acknowledge that. I need help from others to help me plug these type of things. But I'm not an expert in this. So I can only do as much as I can. All I can know is that the services that are available won't recognize that. Like that report right there, they'll laugh at. BHS will laugh at that report and says, no, that's not what we believe. We don't believe you have that. They do not believe at no point to say I have a personality disorder, a severe personality disorder, but Northwest Clinic does. I know that much. So when both things conflict from what they determined and then what BHS determines, it's like, all right, we're gonna do this push and pull for until the parole board at least releases me and allows us to move on with a different storyline, or until a class action is raised on forcing BHS to stop violating the ADA and provide adequate and effective mental health services for people who suffer from severe personality disorders. Until that happens, it's song and dance.
Okay. So you did read the portion where it talks about your diagnosis. Is that right?
Yes,
and did you have any thoughts about the diagnosis? I'm not going to talk about BHS.
I believe it's consistent to what the court been saying since day one. Now, if anybody's doing anything about it, no, except me trying to figure out what I can do about it. But no, I believe it says what it says. I'm not a doctor. I can't tell you. I can tell you what I've read on Google and stuff, but that doesn't define me as being a doctor. I know certain things that helps, you know what I mean? And what can help me. Like I talk to people. I might not talk to that specific BHS person, but I talk to people who are, I believe, are doing counseling for me. You know, talking it works, but I also believe that we can't get deep into the knit and grit until I get an adequate BHS or mental health counselor or doctor or whatever you want to call it to address it. So at this stage, I can't confirm or deny if I agree with them. Like I'm not a doctor.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out self as it is. This is a long journey. I'm trying to figure this out. So I just can tell you that things are not sticking. No, I can tell you that much. Things are just weird as heck. It shouldn't be this weird. Like, acknowledge that. Let's move on from that. But they won't. So can we move on to let me utilize the services that are out there that the Department of Justice has, that the parole board has, that the state of Oregon has, that Multnomah County has. What? Multnomah County got some beautiful resources for mental health. These people just want to live in tents. I'd be mad when they be wasting all these resources. I'd be hot. Listen, can I get that? Like they got what they call it? They got a Gemini now that can talk to you. What? I didn't have that back then. Oh, that'd be my PO.
I don't know. I don't know.
How do you what? That was one of my biggest problems, is trying to figure out what was all the resources available. You go ask Gemini now.
So I guess I'm not going to get into, I would encourage you. So first of all, here's what I'm going to say.
Okay.
I imagine it would be hard year after year to read these. Okay. I just want to acknowledge that. And so I can understand the resistance to kind of like not wanting to look at it. I would encourage you at the very minimum to read all of the recommendations that she has, and the risk factors, so you can have that in mind. We don't have time for me to go through them one by one and talk about them, but I think that would be helpful. I don't think if it's too much to read all the other stuff, okay, but at least read the section on the risk factors and on the recommendations. Okay.
I will tell you that I did read the recommendations. I got all that in.
Okay, good.
But I will say, if we're dealing off a risk, then you're probably never going to parole me. You've dealt with risk with other people, and you determine that they have that. There's some type of method that y'all pick and choose which ones that you believe is appropriate for that. I don't know what more can sway you in that way to show you that, hey, listen, man, the 100 years itself was a deterrent factor. The age was a deterrent factor. The tiredness of going through this loophole with BHS is just, I'm over it. I'm to the point. That's why I don't go no more. Before, as you can see, let the record reflect that I actually used to go to BHS. But after you go through it enough and you just see it, you're like, it's not working. And if anything, it's making me more angry because I'm sitting here knowing that this person is doing this and you're not even following your own rules. Like, I'm in here because I didn't follow the law. I didn't follow the rules. So it just sucks when you see another person who doesn't do that. So I don't know what else I can say to be like, hey, I am a better candidate to get out and show that hey, listen, it's not in him no more. But there's a risk factor. Of course, there's a risk factor. I've caught DRs in the last 2 years. You know what I mean? I have not been perfect. But what I can tell you is statistically, recidivism on people in my situation are a lot lesser than people. All these, I'm not gonna be out there stealing no cars or out there doing that dumb shit they do out there, trying to do fentanyl and shit. That's not in my agenda. I don't feel that. I don't feel like selling drugs no more. That wave is over. I don't feel like being in the sex world. I don't feel like hustling no more. I don't feel like none of that no more. That's over.
That's good. That's good. That's very positive.
I will say that, that it's a risk factor with me. Yes. It's always going to be a risk factor, but and besides recidivism, doctors and people have shown you that it's hard for you guys to determine somebody who just killed somebody and then come in here and have 20 years of no write-ups, no dirty UAs, no nothing, and then you can determine and say, hey, you know what, we're going to release him because you don't have nothing to really balance it on. But if you look at mine, as you could tell, as I get older, though it's not perfect, it's way different than when it was. It's slowing down. No matter how we look at it, this train is slowing down. I'm just trying to slow it down before it gets to a point where I get to a stage where I just don't care no more. That's what, because I don't want to be like certain people in here who just, they have these negative, angry outlooks. Like there's one dude who gets mad at every CO every single day. I'm like, calm down, OG, it's going to be all right. But you got him into so much of that repetitiveness where there's no more like opening up to booers or Martins or things of that nature. Like I'm tired of opening up to these, like the new rookies that's coming in here right now. They don't do things like the old rookies did. But I have to utilize my skills to open up and say, hey, you know what? Let me have an understanding with him that he's a rookie. He just really don't know. So let me just not snap on him and this, that, and that other. But at the same time, the other side is like this. Bro, I don't even care about them no more, bro. Like, so that's where, yes, there's a risk, but I tell you the risk is a lot less than I can tell you I believe, and it's just me personally, I believe the reward factor is more beneficial than the risk, because I believe that if paroled, I would utilize the resources available. I will establish a good relationship, or if not a great relationship, with my PO, that we can conquer this journey that I've been going through, and establish a new relationship with it, and then move on and become a better person in society. But utilize it as a transfer into society instead of just winning the appeal and getting out and then suing everybody because I'm mad. You know what I mean? Like, let me transition. I'm trying this transition out, because all I know is back against the wall, fight, court, let's go.
Okay. Well, I don't think I have any other questions about it then. And I don't believe Ms. Kuklinski or Ms. Brooks do. Is that accurate? They're shaking their head no. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to check in with Mr. Ujifusa and see if he would like to address the board. I really appreciate you being here today and sitting through this hearing. So if you'd like to address the board and let us know your thoughts, now is the time.
Great. Thank you very much for allowing me to be part of this process. I was looking through my notes. I don't believe I was at the last hearing in 2023. I was at the 2021 hearing. And so I'm going to reiterate some of those things, because I think we have pretty much all new board members here at this hearing. So some of that you already know, but I think it's worthwhile to put it on the record. So once again, my name is J.R. Ujifusa. I'm a senior deputy district attorney in Multnomah County. I've been a DA for 20 years this year, and I have run the human trafficking unit and been the primary human trafficking prosecutor for the last 16 years. Human trafficking is one of the most serious and damaging crimes in this community. The amount of premeditation, control, manipulation, violence, and exploitation cannot be overstated. The trauma in the wake of destruction it leaves victims is greater than understood, and these are unique harms that are combinations of multiple layers of trauma. I'm hoping that I saw in the last psych eval, she did not refer to any of the police reports. I'll do a quick summary, but I'll be brief, I promise. So a little bit of my background: I'm the co-chair of the Human Trafficking Task Force with the DOJ. I'm the chair of the National Advisory Committee on Sex Trafficking of Children and Youth in the United States. I run the statewide law enforcement human trafficking task force, and I'm also a special assistant U.S. attorney that focuses on federal human trafficking cases. This trial, as Mr. Clardy knows, was a significant part I spent in trial with Mr. Clardy. There were two separate trials, and the victim in this case was an 18-year-old female who was forced to engage in prostitution. I would urge board members, if they are thinking that Mr. Clardy is eligible for release, to listen to her or read her transcript of her testimony and the trauma that Mr. Clardy caused her. He physically abused her many times. She was extremely fearful of him. She was forced to have sex with countless strangers, many of which were extremely violent to her. And not only did she fear the safety of herself, but of her family and her mother, who was searching for her and trying to pull her away from Mr. Clardy. In addition to that, she was intimidated and tampered with. Individuals from in custody, when they were released, were sent by Mr. Clardy to her home. Other individuals, Mr. Clardy had memorized scripts to testify falsely, and he had witnesses try to destroy and hide evidence. In addition to that, during the trial in which Mr. Clardy represented himself, he called her multiple times to the stand in order to control and manipulate her during the trial. Mr. Clardy was so uncontrollable that during the second trial, he was muted, and removed from the courtroom and put on closed caption TV. But I want to back up a little bit. Before that, his first trial, which involved tampering with witnesses, Mr. Clardy screamed at witnesses and the jurors. He was forcibly removed from the courtroom multiple times and strapped to a chair, had a spit mask over his face, and on mornings would try to injure himself in order to sue Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. The other crimes that he was not charged with and are not in front of the parole board, but I think are worth mentioning, is that Mr. Clardy also trafficked this victim in Las Vegas. He was drug dealing. There was robberies and assaults, and there was significant criminal behavior that is detailed in his PSI, 7 juvenile criminal referrals, and dozens of adult criminal activity. His criminal history is significant, and he was convicted of 4 counts of tampering with a witness, tampering with evidence, 3 counts of possession of controlled substances, a federal firearm conviction, 2 counts of distributing controlled substances, coercion that was pled down from a sex abuse that Mr. Clardy talked about, and 2 other misdemeanors. His probation, he was on probation 6 separate times. He was revoked 5 of those times and had 15 formal violations and had a warrant out for his arrest at the time of the incident before you today. He had egregious jail behavior in Multnomah County, 55 disciplinary formal write-ups before being sent to prison, 39 significant violations, and at least 90 formal violations, not counting unofficial sanctions. I want to talk a little bit about the psych findings and a little bit about his sentencing. Yes, Mr. Clardy was sentenced to 100 years, and that was before Judge Skye, who I would not characterized as a pro-state judge in any capacity. She spent roughly 3 weeks with Mr. Clardy and felt that that was appropriate. It is true that Mr. Clardy appealed, and part of his case was reversed, and we were not able to move forward with it because of a cross-admission of evidence based on the 2 different acts, the robbery of Thomas Oliver and the compelling of the victim, who was 18. Yes, Mr. Oliver had many victims, and he is serving a significant length of prison sentence as well. I prosecuted him as well. But what I will tell you is Mr. Clardy has not changed much since our original meeting. And I will tell you that he's charismatic, he's charming, he's smart, he's articulate. In fact, our first meeting, when Mr. Clardy had some information for the state and law enforcement, when he believed that he may use that information to get out of custody, he was one of the most charming, friendly inmates I had dealt with. But as soon as it was clear that Mr. Clardy was not going to get what he wants, it turns to something, as you can see, that is manipulative, cunning, and concerning. His psychopathy from multiple doctors is extremely high. He has antisocial personality disorder, and the risk of recidivation with him is extremely high, as he even mentioned himself. In the most recent psychological report, there's concerns about his recent misconduct, his violent in custody, and his increased evidence of poor behavior, as she cites on page 23. Now, I want to just point out that Mr. Clardy continues to blame others. I hear him talk about, he's very good about talking about and manipulating individuals to think that he understands. But when it comes down to it, when he is pushed and challenged to things that he may not want to do, that he may not like to do, that he may feel like an individual is maybe not qualified or not following rules, I think Mr. Clardy would agree himself that that is a trigger for him. And it causes him to argue, to challenge, and that challenging and arguing leads to some very concerning behavior. I think Mr. Clardy said today his triggers are abuse of authority, but really what I see time and time again with Mr. Clardy is that his triggers are when other individuals don't do what he wants them to do. And I think that is really concerning on not being when Mr. Clardy is released, when he's not in a very structured area where people will get in his face. Police officers who have authority will come up to him and ask him for his ID. I know that Mr. Clardy, before being taken into custody, had those issues as well and constantly confronted police officers, was one of those individuals who would get in police officers' face, would ask for their badge number, would not be compliant when they would ask him to do stuff. I am concerned, significantly concerned, with the community safety if Mr. Clardy is released. I do see some positive movement. I see some acknowledgement by Mr. Clardy about the things he needs to work on, but then I also hear in the same breath that he's only going to work on them on his terms, that he's going to only do the things that he believes, or if not, he's going to get those changed or sue or be litigious. And we saw that right after his hearing when he was found guilty. He yelled, you know, when asked what his statements were at the end of his trial, his statement was, "Fuck you, that's my testimony," to the judge and to the jury. And unfortunately, I do think that there is a time and place that Mr. Clardy will be ready. I don't think that time is yet. And I think he has some continued growing up to do. I think he has some continued self-awareness that things may not go as he wants them to go, that even when there isn't a light at the end of the tunnel, right now, Mr. Clardy is on pretty good behavior because he's speaking to people who have the ability to release him, and he also has an appeal. But when those lights at the tunnel dim, or when he has a bad day, what happens? And I think that's what's very clear in his record from many, many historical facts that we have on the record. And I think it's clear even when he's confronted in this hearing about when it is not going his way. And my concern is that that is a risk to the community, it's a risk to others. And I think that he needs to demonstrate to the board things such as acknowledging that this is a sex offense, that he'll have to register as a sex offender. That's Oregon law. Attempted compelling. Solicitation to compel is a sex offense that requires sex offense treatment and registration. In addition to that, when you look at Mr. Clardy's history and you look at some of the things that he is discussing about while he's in custody, having an argument with or not wanting to do because he doesn't believe that's the right thing, or someone not following the rules, that is consistent throughout Mr. Clardy's history. And I have some real concerns about that. Mr. Clardy's trial was memorable to many people in this courthouse because the courtroom was packed because of the shenanigans Mr. Clardy pulled, from yelling at observers to screaming at the judge to filing complaints to being unruly to threatening people to abusing the justice system in a way in which he would subpoena, dozens and dozens of individuals, or call victims back to the stand in which he could tell them he loves them and that he wants to be with them. I think is still prevalent with Mr. Clardy. Now, I think it's great that he's working on his legal research. I like that he is focusing his efforts on something that is safe, but I do see the old Mr. Clardy a lot, especially in this hearing. He can do pretty well at being charismatic for a little bit until he's pushed, and that trigger comes off very quickly. And that's concerning to me because I've seen what happens with that trigger. Mr. Oliver's face was stomped into the point where he had to have surgery, and he still had lost part of his vision. The victim of his trafficking case, I viewed bruises, black eyes. I viewed just her fear as she walked in the courtroom and saw Mr. Clardy. And so for those reasons, board, I'm happy to answer any questions. If you have any questions about the trial, about the facts of the case, I know you've read some of that. I think his PSI is extremely telling of who Mr. Clardy is, and I want him to be a productive member of society. I want him to find ways to deal with the things he's talking about. I think he admits in this hearing, in the 4 hours we've talked, that he's not quite there yet, and I think there's some work that needs to be done. He gets hyperfixated on things such as the DO part of it, or hyperfixated on the appeal part, but I rarely see him take full accountability for the harm he's caused, for the choices he's made, for those types of things. I can't think of a single day out in the community where I deal with someone who does exactly what I want them to do, who I deal with someone that I think does an ideal stellar job at their job, that miss things, that don't follow rules, that do things because they're lazy. That's part of being out in this community. And right now, I don't see Mr. Clardy being able to deal with it the way that I think a member of this community to keep this community safe will. If you look at some of these risk assessment guides that have been used throughout the time with Mr. Clardy, he is extremely high for recidivism and violent crimes, and that's concerning to me. He is correct that there are people who have engaged in murder that have received less time than him, and that is something that is based on our sentencing guidelines and based on the risk, aggravation, and mitigation of those individuals in those cases. But for Mr. Clardy, this wasn't a single event where he pulled a trigger. He consciously and premeditatively manipulated an individual who had just turned 18 to make money for him by going through horrific violence and control at the hands of him and at the hands of many strangers who she discussed having, done horrible things to her. And so thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much for being here. As I said, it's always helpful to hear from the committing jurisdiction. I do not have any questions for you. I'm seeing Ms. Kuklinski shake her head that she does not, and none of us do. So thank you very much, though. I know it's a long hearing, and I appreciate you hanging in with us. So, Mr. Clardy, this is your time to respond to whatever it is you want to say regarding Mr. Ujifusa's statement. Make sure to direct it to the board now, though,
Yes,
and not directly to him. And then you from there can give us your closing statement.
Okay, so I first start off by saying I didn't really want to go in this lane because I try to stay away from this and just let the courts decide this type of stuff. One of my triggers, I always say, is abuse of authority, and Ujifusa is one of them. I've been saying since day one, a lot of people don't know the real story about what happened in my case. A lot of stuff he says are facts, but there's a lot of omissions in there as well. But he's not the one over here for parole. I just want to touch on a couple of them. I was at the Lloyd Center as an innocent bystander watching 4 white dudes beat up on this black kid who I didn't know at the time. The kid tried to take their phone and hop on the Max. That was the thing they were doing. They were doing this thing. I didn't know it. I just got out the feds. I seen white dudes beating up a black dude. I was a kid, so bless you. I was a kid, and when I went to the feds, so I learned certain things that weren't right and were right. And one was to never let your race get beat up by another race. So I went to go help this kid who was getting beat up, who I thought were just 4 white kids trying to beat up on this kid. As I got closer to get him, they put out their badges, identified them as being police officers. While this was going on, the kid was actually defending himself and beating up the officers, which he didn't know were officers at the time. One more hand would have helped him. Well, once they said they were police officers, I stopped and put my hands up. They continued, once they identified themselves, to assault this kid. Well, you were supposed to stop. They were mad because they got the better half, the worst half of it. So they assaulted him. I tried to record them beating up on this kid on my phone. They take my phone. This is post pre-George Floyd, post the little Mike Brown. So nobody really knew about you can record the police officers in a safe distance doing their public functions. The officer came over and took my phone. As you were on my phone, as they took my phone, they made it seem like they just wanted the video of the kid resisting arrest. Thing about it, I never got footage of the kid actually resisting arrest. I got footage of an officer who I had prior dealings with who had a problem with me because I was on a protest before that just went wild, right? Nevertheless, in saying this issue developed by the police going through my phone without a search warrant or a court authority that moment, answered my phone, and a John called the phone. Now, at this time, me and my ex-fiance, who is the victim in this case, were engaged in illegal conduct. I can't tell you how much I hate that I was the person who could have the control of this and could have stopped it by just saying, hey, I don't want you in this. But at the same time, when they found my phone, they seen I was selling heroin. They seen I was a drug dealer. Yes, she was doing what she was doing, but they're making it seem like I forced her. But he says he tells you to read the transcripts. But what he won't tell you about what the transcript says from her words, I never forced her to do nothing. They tried to convince their case on me putting my hands on her as being a force. That probably could have been a scenario, but if somebody who was living day and in with her, that wasn't a scenario. I put my hands on her because of a trigger that I messed up on. I actually talked about it 2 weeks ago. A trigger because one of the cases which I won on appeal was the Thomas Oliver individual. Thomas Oliver robbed her from her services. She asked me to go get the money back. I went to go get the money back. He stabbed me. I'm fresh out of the federal penitentiary with stabbings and robbery. Stabbings is a thing. So I defend myself. Nobody gets the rest of this story. Part of my defending myself was kicking him 2 times. Makes it seem like I stumped him out, but hey, that's not what really happened, but this is his story. As I'm trying to get this money back for these illegal services in the first place I shouldn't even been involved in, where I fucked up at, where I messed up at. I went back to that hotel room to go give her her money back, and she was nowhere to be seen. It hurt me. I felt abandoned because I thought I was going to go back to a hotel room and my wounds get licked. Like, thank you for protecting me from this dude. And I had somebody to crawl back to after having to get in this physical altercation about this life that we live in. So what Yusufuza doesn't admit is this whole case is created off of his police officers, the prosecuting team, using illegal evidence to obtain the conviction. Answering my phone the day of the incident, which was the Lloyd Center incident, talking to a trick that told him about promoting. Now, I don't want to justify my actions. I did wrong. But if we're going to talk wrong, then he is a trigger to me. Because he had chances, the settlement conferences that we have talked about fixing this case. And he still won't address these issues. So yes, he frustrates the hell out of me. But I'm not going to flip out and ass out like I did before. He used a lot of my old trials. Well, what he didn't use was my last trial when I went back for resentencing. The judge, Honorable Judge Kelly, gave me 100 years for 3 dangerous offenders based off of Dr. Kalisko, who knows has been fired for things that he has done. But we're not going to, because it's not all about them. It's about me right now. I'm the one here trying to fight for my rights back out there in the free world. Came up with these convictions. When I went back for resentencing, I was a changed person. I got 100 years off of my head. I finally got life to see again. Yes, there's a happiness, but I also know there's other stuff that should be thrown out, this, that, and that. I feel hope again. I didn't have hope before. You know what Judge Kelly did that she hasn't done, or what hasn't happened for a dangerous offender in a while? Dangerous offender is a minimum of 15 years, or what your sentence is, and a maximum of 30. She said because I was so well presented, and because the reason why I'm seeing you guys is because she said she couldn't answer the Kalisko question, so she wanted to give it to you guys as experts. That's in the transcripts. Because we tried to address this thing at trial. I tried to address BHS saying I don't suffer from severe stuff, so why don't we put this in front of a jury again and see if you will get a dangerous offender from me? Because I guarantee if we go in front of a dangerous offender right now with the information I have, no jury will find me unanimously a dangerous offender. But we're past that. We're here right now. She, instead of giving me 30 years, gave me 25 years because she said the way that I was presenting myself and the way I've been acting now is better than what it was when I first came around. She gave me a minimum of 70 months, which the charge itself. So I got a minimum from 70 months to 25 years, something that is historic. They don't do that. She did. But then she added a little extra on it and gave me earn time, saying any good behavior that you get can actually get you out sooner. So every year that goes off, I can clock some time off, and actually my max date is really not my max date. I can earn these. So These are some things that yes, he's right. He triggers me because there's misconduct that he doesn't want to disclose because it's all about me. But he knows that day will come when it comes. Whatever. He talks about, I didn't follow, he talks about there's people who out there that don't follow this and don't do this, and this is why that happens. Well, people who don't follow the law go to jail. I went to jail. I didn't follow the law. The people at BHS, they're not following the law. They just won't go to jail until somebody takes them to court. But they're probably not going to go to jail. They're just going to get some legal damages in front of them. So there's different scenarios. You can't compare the two as if it's apples or fruits. You know, you might want to say tomato. No, they're different. I never said, I never did not ever, and I hope we don't get this misconcluded. Somehow we have a misinterpretation of me saying that promoting and compelling is not a sex offense. Promoting and compelling is a sex offense by Oregon law. But he miscategorized the whole what we were talking about. Every sex offense is not the same. So therefore, meaning you do not have to use the same techniques and supervision for that same person. Hence, if a person is messing with little juvenile kids and things of that nature, yes, you tell him you can't go to the park. You can't mess with other kids. You can't do that. Yes, you tell him that. I ain't got nothing to do with that, though. I ain't playing with no little kids. I was 18. I was 25 messing with an 18-year-old who I fell in love with. I messed up. I know you guys can be like, how did you fall in love? And then you were in that lifestyle, this, that, and other. It's hard to explain. And there's no explanation for me putting my hands on her, period. There's none at all. And I regret every day of that. It's my regret for not taking initiative as being the adult at that time or adult in that relationship to have said, hey, you know what? We should figure out different careers. But that wasn't in my head at the time. At my time, it was, I'm with this girl and we're having a fun time and I'm selling how and we're going to keep riding this out and whatever. I had no plan. Let's say that. I had no plan. But what I will say is, if I had these other charges and robberies and things of that nature, why was I never charged? You charged me with everything else. Ultimately, I got charged with like 25 counts altogether. They were trying to put everything. They went so far as to charge me with a shoe being a weapon that I had to beat. If you take the shoe away, there's no felonies for robbery. If you take the shoe away, there's no felonies for assault. You only get a simple misdemeanor and a simple, they're not simple because they're still crimes, but you get misdemeanor charges. You have to enhance them. Everything about Yuzafuza and his career is to enhance Clardy. Forgot. The moment that Yuzafuza got that 100-year sentence on me, he got a bunch of bills passed, 13 prostituted-related bills, politically. The moment that this happened, you know what? I'm wasting too much time on you, Yuzafuza. It's about me. This is about what I've done wrong. There's other things that I wish we can go into that I can show, and you won't be able to find out until later on when the court is over, because this pill is not going to leave. Like I told you guys before, I said there's only two ways it's going to end. Me beating my pill and winning out here and leaving this door from here, or me getting paroled out of here. And I'm trying to utilize the Oregon Parole Board as a transitional method back into society. Because no matter what it goes, unless I die in here, I will be back in the community. And I'm just trying to transition back into it so I don't go through this ever again. These other stories, side stories, subchapters, all this stuff will be exposed later on. You don't have to fix. I tried settlement comment, which he says it didn't go your way. Well, he's talking about he asked, there was at one point my plea agreement was like 70 months or something, I want to say, but I told him that I wouldn't take that deal. And at this time I had Bronson James as my attorney. And I said I wouldn't take that deal because I knew about the illegal search. And I knew about that, and I wouldn't. And to this day, I still refuse to take that because two wrongs don't make a right, but don't act like you're bigger than the other. There goes my trigger again, abuse of authority, which is why I have not took no deal. Oh, they wanted to give me a deal. They want this story to go away. They do not want these other things coming out. So in saying that, again, he used all my old trial scenarios and not talked about none of the new trials when I went back for resentencing, which is reflects on why my sentence is the way it is. Said I called witnesses multiple times. I didn't know nothing about legal, so when I had to cross-examine something, when some other witness came up or whatever, and I brought back that argument back in, I didn't lay the foundation well enough, so I had to call the witness back. Don't get it twisted. I did love having to see her up there. I didn't like to see her in the pain. This was the most time we could talk. He doesn't talk about. I loved Stephanie Noel's story, the victim in this case. He doesn't talk about the letters or what her final testimony was. She asked him not to give me this much time because the system failed me, like you said, ma'am. Says y'all don't know him as like I know him. He messed up. But locking him up for the rest of his life is not going to change the scenario and not help. Get him resources. Get him help. He asked him, the DA, to get him help. And instead, he asked for me to be here for the rest of my life, 2117. I've been asking for resources. I'm still asking for resources. At the same time, I'm not going to put down my pen and paper or my typewriter for this legal fight that I feel that I was done dirty. But I also feel that I've done dirty about. Tom Oliver was not charged with this case until a year or two after I was convicted, and he got caught again playing with minors. They wanted him that whole time to convict me. When I say there was other victims, that's who I'm talking about. Tom Oliver, their stories, they were other victims in this case asking to tell their story about him, but they didn't believe him because they wanted me more. And I feel that's one of my biggest pains out of all of this, is that these other females who were victimized by that victim, who I victimized, have other victims' stories who hasn't been told and won't be told until I finally get out there and explain to everybody what was really going on in this case. You believe Nike, you believe Nike's shoot, you hear all this other glitz and glamour, who plays the public eye of who has the eye of the media. But you don't get the real story of what really going on in here. The BHS, the why you gave him an enhancement, the danger to society. All right. Well, what do I do to not be a danger to society? Well, the dangerous offender says mental health. That's what you asked for, Yusufusa. Parole board. You asked for mental health. Help him with that. All right. BHS ain't really going to do it like that. Not like you guys will do it. Not like the services you guys will give. Not like, I believe. Recidivist rate. He says that I said that, yeah, I'm coming back because of recidivist rate. I never said that. I said the recidivist rate on cases like mine, you are less likely to come back. Period. That's what the stats say. In fact, you have two people who's out there right now who had Pimp cases that was worse than mine. Who the High Towers, who's out there right now. The day he got out, he saved somebody's life. He was on the news. He was on the news. The other dude shot his girl and tried to surgery her back up like a doctor. Shot her. Doctor, he's free on the streets right now. Keanu Warren, he gave Yusufusa and them gave them a deal to go home. You said what I did was wrong, but I didn't shoot nobody. I ain't never shot nobody. I ain't never got that violent. But there's people who are out there who did. Now, I'm not saying one sin is bigger than the other, but give me a chance. Because I know what their program was, and I know what my program is. I know where my intent and my heart is coming from, and I know where their intent and their heart is coming from. I'm going to get it on the pill. That's why I told you I didn't even want to show up for this. Because I didn't want to hear this. That hurt. That made the rest of my. You guys are great. That hit the trigger. So now I'm gonna do like I normally do is utilize this packet and go talk to people about it, and then go to sleep and suck my thumb for like a couple hours and wake up and figure this out because it's gonna be hard. Hearing the injustice based off of what I did wrong is the hardest part because it's not both are not right. I did wrong, but the other side won't say the other parts of the picture. I'm not blaming others. I did it wrong. Let's get that out the way. I did wrong. I am seeing the parole board because I fought for it back, but I'm seeing the parole board because I did wrong to be here. Period. There's no ifs, ands, buts about that. But two wrongs don't make a right. Period. Statute of limitations. He doesn't want to say anything about how the other case got dismissed, and he tries to. I mean, the prosecution tries to make it seem like, oh, it just vanished because we didn't have these other people. No, it was a statute of limitation issue. There was a demur on the indictments that said that you had to have a certain language on it. It didn't have the certain language on it, so you had to re-indict me. Indictment issues, as you know, if you re-indict somebody, it has to be within the statute of limitations. At that time, the statute of limitations met up, and he knew he couldn't go forth. He was supposed to amend it. He knew he couldn't amend it. On the 29th day, he served me a notice saying, hey, I'm not going to re-prosecute. You couldn't re-prosecute. That's why you did it. Which is why I say, again, we're on. I would ask the board, please, please, please consider Evans versus Newt. Brian Scott gave me this case about it. In 2022, Evans had two consolidated cases. That's what mine was, two consolidated cases. One got dismissed and the other one didn't. Lo and behold, he won his case on the Oregon Supreme Court of Appeals because the outcome of that case affected this case. That's all I'm on right now. Did the outcome of the evidence that they use in the consolidated case affect the outcome of that right now? It did, and he knows it. They know it. It was an ineffective assistant counsel. The counsel in the PCR even made a declaration swearing that he messed up, and he should have raised that. Everybody in the litigation, and I might be underestimating you guys, I'm sorry if I am, knows about what's going to happen in this legal case. What's going to come happen. My release is inevitable. I just want better transitioning than all the other times. That's it. He might not think I can make it. You ain't the first person that I ain't never not shut up, excuse my name, sorry. I ain't never shown otherwise. It's been a lot of doubt in my life. I wasn't supposed to make it when I came out the womb. I wasn't supposed to make it for 47 5 I'm still alive. Healthy with a mindset of, hey, you know what? Help others. At least it ain't self no more. This is the only selfish I get is asking to go home. And some people tell me this ain't wrong, but I be like, bro, I'm tired of coming here screaming. I could fight my way through legal. It's not on my terms, which is why it was in the past. So you're bringing up old news. But that's why I'm willing to work with a PO now. Like I'm willing to establish that relationship, which is why like you can't make certain things up. Like me and a couple guards here have created like bonds that you'll never understand because I opened up. And we're talking about the same people that I have a trigger with. That's because I'm starting to open up. I'm starting to understand the vulnerableness in life and how to be vulnerable. I never learned how to be vulnerable. I wish I could have came at y'all a better way, but I know I could say this much. Even without the with the media attention, it was always going to be this. Like careers were made off of my case, and it sucks. People were harmed off of my case. It sucks. Lives have changed because of my case in negative ways, and it sucks. This has sucked every part of it, except one. Turning and become a better person. That's been fun. It's been hard. Like I told you, Tai Chi, that ain't easy. I always quit like 500 times, to be honest. You know what I mean? 5 wasn't enough. Or Will, he's an instructor that's out this world, but I'm still fighting through it. I'm learning, when the task is once begun, never leave it till it's done. Be it little, great, or small, do it well, if not all. It's a quote that Mr. Massey, my summer school teacher at Benson, taught me. I never forget it because I don't remember too many quotes like that. But that one I'll never forget. So if we want to say this parole board is about litigation and about appeal stuff, we can argue that all day. I'm ready to go. I got physical evidence and everything, but that's not what we're here for. We're not going to relitigate a case. It's pertinent to know about it, but I messed up, and I promise you I'll never be in this lifestyle again. And I'm not in this lifestyle. People know if you in prison, know y'all got a long record of my gang activities. Y'all have a long record of all that. But you ask these people here, they know, leave me alone with all that bullshit. I don't mess around no more. I don't want nothing to do with none of that. You know why? Because it didn't work the first time. Having a career, moving forth, telling your story, that's what I see in my journey. That's what I see. So no matter which way it goes, I'm asking y'all on the terms of, hey, help me transition, not help me stay incarcerated where I never transition and then get out on one day and hate the system. I mean, I think I should already have a resume of hating the system, going through 47 foster homes and things of that nature. I think I got a hard heart, which is why I asked for these outside resources so I can address these system issues I have. Yes, he's not lying at all. Man, that's one of the biggest problems of this whole case is I was simply recording the police beat up on this kid. And he want to bring out facts. We could bring out the police report. The dude answered the phone. The police officer answered the phone without court authority.
Okay, so
I want to, that's what triggers me. But guess what? I'm over here doing everything to work with you guys to figure out how can we change this. Like that's a separate story. It's not separate, but it's the same. As saying like, well, you brought up all these facts. I get it. You have some concerns. Man, I wish you was here day and night with me, but you're not. But at the end of the day, they don't know you either. They don't know that your case is based off of illegal activities. But my actions were illegal as well. So where do you go from that? That kid's story got to be told. Them female stories have to be told because they're all victims. So no matter which way you go, either if it's the appeal or if it's the parole board, it's still going to come out that Clardy had a rough childhood, messed up all the way up until adulthood. It took him all the way to get a crazy sentence. You might actually, the court will get praise for this. The parole board will get praise for it because it took me 100 years for me to spark that life. But I say one thing that I always share in NA and AA. I lost the life, but I also gained the life in return. This ain't the same where, yes, I argue and I fuss and what prosecutor don't? What lawyer don't? What person with aspirations of the legal field don't argue? Mine just might be a little bit more aggressive because sometimes they misinterpret it because of my tone, because I'm a direct communicator. Sometimes when I argue, I'm not even mad. But what happens when you're 6'5" black dude? You always look like you're angry, like crazy, this, that, and that. A lot of times, if you kick it with me, you find out, hey man, he's just a softie. He just hurt. He just hurt and soft. That's all. But so in saying that, that's my response to everything that was said. It was like he has some correct points. There's risk to me. There's fears. There's all of this. But what person in parole was there wasn't no risk and no fear and nothing? Yes, it's always going to be that. But I'm going to just show you otherwise. If you give me a chance or you don't give me a chance, I'm just keep trying to figure this out. I just wish I don't have to go to a class action on these people to give me some services around here, man. I don't want to go through this like that. That's going to look ugly. That's unnecessary taxpayers' dollars that we got to deal with. It's bad enough they don't have enough beds in here in the first place. So that's my response over there. We have a lot of prosecutors focusing on some things that look like you had a good point, but sometimes you got to let these things go and move on with life and grow. Like I'm being suppressed. I mean, not suppressed. I'm being not suppressed or oppressed. I'm being like confined into being this monster, or you want me to be that. Like the victim told you at sentencing, give him some time, but not this much time. Nobody want me to go on that long. Like no rational person want to be gone this long. It's crazy.
Of course not. And I can assure you that nobody on the board here, and it doesn't sound like Mr. Ujifusa as well, wants you to be a monster or to be thought of as a monster. I think, you know, we all, whether you see it or not, want the same thing for you, which is, you know, for you to grow, mature, get healthy, address your trauma, and be safe, which is what we want for everybody, you know. So I don't want you to come away regardless, you know, however we decide, and we'll be deliberating at a later date because there's another hearing right after this.
Yeah.
You know, we want you to do well. We want you to be healthy. We want you to have a fulfilling life. So, you know.
It's just hard for me. I'm not saying
Sure.
that you're not saying that right, but it's just hard for me when like words say that.
Sure.
But then it's like actions on the other hand. It's like, what part of the parole board still has to realize that DOC is not going to allow the appropriate resources as if you guys could. Like I get where you say, I believe that you guys don't believe I'm a monster or this, that, and that other, but this is the same prosecutor who vouched for Dr. Kalisko to say that I was born bad and that I'm the worst serial killer and rapist he's ever did an evaluation for. These are facts used to the jury to get that dangerous offender. I don't have no murder or no rape in my vicinity. Where did that come from?
Right.
I was born bad. Who person would tell a person that they were born bad? You use them facts to get the jury to believe this to keep me here the rest of my life. Lucky enough, the judge, like I said, the judge said the only reason I am seeing the parole board, and if you need me to send it as a submission in the transcripts, the only reason I'm seeing you guys in the first place is because the judge said she could not retry my case because she didn't believe that she knew the factors of a dangerous offender, and that's something that the parole board should be taking up. That's the only reason she.
Let's be clear: the parole board does not and cannot undo what a judge has done. A finding of dangerous offender.
No, what I'm saying is she made that finding because she says you guys are the best fit to determine what a dangerous offender because you guys deal with it. Because my whole argument when I went back is I got all these kites from BHS saying you do not suffer from a severe mental health disorder. So I'm like, listen, prime ready? Oh, let's go back to a jury. I'm going to submit this to the jury, show this, because mind you, when I first got my first dangerous offenders, I'd never contested it. Because by that time I already had a mental health crisis and I blew up. I flipped out. I ain't gonna lie, my first trial, the way I was acting, pitiful, unprofessional, bad, completely nothing good about it. But what I will tell you about that is I was so mad when I got convicted, I didn't challenge my sentence. I just let it go in the smock. I was just locked up. However, when I went back this last time, and I said, I got this information to prove what a dangerous offender is. Let me present this evidence and his fire and the doctor's fire and all that to a jury to show, hey, no unanimous decision will come from this. And in turn, the judge says, hey, you know what? I'm going to leave it up to the parole board because they better have a better grasp on that. In saying all that, I know I'm going to beat my appeal. This is like I said, evidence versus, it's new. It's a wrap. It's just a matter of time. Then you know the wheels of justice grind slowly. We get that. I just want to I don't know how many times I can bear down on this. I just would like before that happened, that I get the resources to transition back into society through the state.
I hear you, and we will.
It's hard to do that. It's hard to do that when you just get kicked out of here and you're just like, now I still believe because everybody, you can do this, but I do know the resources of the state are a lot punisher when you're on paper, when you're on the type of things of that nature. And again, so if you guys think that I'm that too much dangerous to be out there, then that's what you determine. But I believe that even if I am dangerous, which I believe I have traits of that still, I believe supervision and mental health out there can help that and
Okay.
can take care of it better than here.
Well, and we obviously are going to weigh all of that when we're deliberating. And so, like I said, we will, there's another hearing right after this. And so we won't be deliberating today, but we'll be deliberating at a different day. And then we'll get you a written order with our final decision within the 30 days. Okay. So I know that these are hard. I really appreciate you hanging in with us. I really do. I appreciate Mr. Ujifusa for being here. I understand it's hard to sit here and hear all this. I hope that you go after this, take care of yourself, go with your support folks.
This ain't the hardest part. The hardest part is going back out
Okay.
here and hearing how you don't suffer from this stuff that you guys say I suffer from.
Okay. Well, regardless, I really hope you take care of yourself today. Yes. And if you need support, you get support from those people in your community who you've talked about being there for you. Okay. So with that, we are going to close the hearing, and I appreciate everybody being here and for your patience and attendance today. Okay. Thanks so much. And we're going to go off the record, Ms. Coons. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Take care, everyone.
Did she say we're in the waiting room? She just says, well, it says that the hearing will be.
There, this is, you hear, I hear some folks there on the line. Just finished our hearing and expect to start hearing from Mr. Parras in about maybe 12 minutes or so. So if everybody could just mute themselves, except I need to know who Dave Glenn is.
Yes, I'm present.
Who I didn't know you were attending. Can you just tell me if you're in what way you're participating?
I'm just helping the family and friends that are present to facilitate the virtual.
Okay. So you have people with you?
Pardon me?
You have people with you listening?
Yes, there's quite a few in our conference room.
Oh, okay. Is this in behalf of the victim or in support of Mr. Parras?
It's in support of Mr. Parras.
Okay, support. Okay, I didn't know you were attending.
His attorney.
Yeah, I was his attorney for his trial.
So you're observing the hearing.
Pardon me?
You're observing.
Yes.
Yes, I am observing.
And you have some other folks there with you that are also observing. Is that my understanding?
Carrie, can you turn it up?
Mr. Glenn,
Hello, yes?
can you let me know who else is observing unless they just don't want to be identified?
I'll have them speak up and introduce themselves.
Okay, so, my name is Kathy Smith. I am Hector Perez's daughter.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay, and then I have Rebecca McPherson, who is my sister. Then I have Frank Martinez, brother-in-law, Mikey Hamilton, friend, Tony Smith, as in my cousin, Renee Wheeler, the pastor's
I'm sorry.
wife.
You can stop. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure that the people I had on the list, that you're one of the people I have that I knew about. So I just want to make sure that I had you, that you were there with Mr. Glenn. So that's very helpful. And then I have Miss Bethencourt also on the line in a separate video, and she's also going to be testifying. So I have Miss Smith and Miss Bethencourt. They're going to testify, and his attorney and such are going to be with Mr. Parras at OSP. So, Mr. Glenn, if you can go ahead and just mute your microphone, and then when it's time for Miss Smith to be sworn in as a witness, we'll have Miss Smith come to the forefront so we can take care of that. Okay?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead and remute. Thank you. Mr. Glenn, if can you remute? Can you mute? There you go.